So let's carry on with our chapter today. We're on 281 page. So it seems to be holding the signal. So chapter 13. So we've come through the whole Sambandha section of this Jaiva Dharma. What does Sambandha mean? The relationship between Krishna, the Jiva, and the material energy, these three vastus. This was discussed in the first chapter, and every single subsequent chapter has been opening out the same principle of relationship. All the different chapters have been focusing on that, establishing Krishna as that supreme person. And we had the meeting in chapter 6 with all the Brahmins, etc., who, smarter Brahmins, they're not accepting fully, they're not surrendering to the nature of that supreme personality of Godhead, therefore they were confused. And the same with that chapter on history, chapter 11, Nyayaratna. He's also confused because he doesn't understand the Purusartha, the Nitya Prem. If you don't understand that goal, that end goal, then everything will be bewildering, without a doubt. So chapter 13, Pramana and the Commencement of Prameya. Late the next afternoon, at the time of Goduli, when the air is thick with dust clouds raised by the cows returning to the Goshal. Now this, I find, is very, very important to appreciate. Why is Bhaktivinoda Thakur bringing in such a wonderful conception, such a rustic conception, right at the very beginning of the commencement of Das Mula? Because unless we have the sadhya, the goal, very clearly illuminated in our consciousnesses, we're going to be thinking, oh, this is all about gyan. This is all about trying to understand the 10 ontological truths, because this is what we're going to be studying. But if it's not being focused on the realization of what is the sadhya, and this pastime of Goduli is so beautiful to appreciate. It's after the Madhyana Lila, in the morning. Krishna has just spent 5 hours with the gopis exclusively in Radha Kund, generally, and Kusum Sarovar, and all that area. And they've been completely protected from anybody else. There's been no elders have come in. And now Krishna realizes he has to, this Syayam Lila and Pradosh Lila are approaching. He has to take the cows back into Braj. He realizes that residents of Braj are desperately feeling separation. Understand who are these residents of Braj? They're Nitya Siddha Parikas. It's described in the 16th chapter, the condition of the Vrindavan realm. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur is describing it's only made of love. There is nothing else except love. So we see there are two aspects to love. There's meeting and separation. If there's no separation, then there's going to be no greed for the meeting. And if there's meeting all the time, then it's going to become perhaps familiar. It's not going to be as intense, because the intensity of the relationship is so essential to appreciate. There must be that intensity, that greed, that lobha, which we were discussing on Saturday about Narottam Das Thakur, that Lalasamayi, all those hankering, beautiful prayers. They wouldn't even be there if it was all meeting. So there must be separation. So the Brijbasis themselves, especially Mother Yashoda and Nanda Baba, Mother Yashoda, she's been cooking all day for Krishna's return. And she's looking at the path all the time. When is that dust cloud going to show itself? Go Duli. Go means cow, Duli means dust. So all the residents of Braj, they're all looking for this dust, this gray. It's a gray color dust cloud that will manifest on the horizon when Krishna is making his glorious return. And it's such a festival of joy for the Brijbasis. I want to read a little bit just to illuminate this particular point, because unless we understand this is the sadhya, how can we feel enthusiastic to practice the precepts of this Dasmula, the Abhideya. It's like if we read the Upadeshamrita, we should actually examine the 11th verse first before we go the verse Vachovegam Manasakodabeng, is that controlling the senses and so on. But unless we understand the purpose to this, we're not just performing austerities. That's not the life of a sadhak. We're focusing on a particular sadhya. So the sadhya is this Braja Prem, and a very wonderful lila, the Shyam lila, which comes after the Madhyana lila, is so glorious to appreciate. So Kavi Kanpur, he's described in his Ananda Vrindavan Champu. This is all the 10th canto, basically. This is what this Ananda Vrindavan Champu is. And he's fluffing out, he's opening out these different pastimes. So he's writing beautifully about the return to Nandagan with the cows. So I'll start a little bit from the beginning, then I'll jump a little bit. But I want us all to appreciate where we're going in this Dasmula. So it's indicating his desire to disappear behind the mountain. The sun gradually diminished his painful scorching rays. The scent of honey from the lotus flowers blossoming in the lakes refreshed the air with a sweet fragrance. Smelling it, the bees went mad with desire to taste it. The atmosphere felt pleasant, and the ground was soothing to touch. Gathering the herds of cows, the gopas walked along with Krishna, who played sweet, gentle tunes on his murli while driving the cows home, bellowing happily as they moved. The cows fixed their eyes in the direction of Nandagan. The cows want to get home to feed their calves. Krishna and the Sakas, they want to get home to meet their mothers, and they know that their mothers are waiting. It's a great festival of anticipation. They're coming on the trail, and they know what they're going to meet. They know they're going to meet all the Brijbasis anxiously waiting to meet them at the other end. So it's a powerful daily activity that they all go through. As they passed through the various villages along the way, Krishna cast sidelong glances towards the gopis who stood in their rooftops to greet him as he walked by. The gopis have just spent 5 hours with him, and yet they feel that was nothing. That was just like a flash, and they're hungry, they're greedy to meet with him again. It's beautifully described in the Gopi Geet, this one verse. Atitat yad bhavan anikananam truti yugayate tvam upashyatam kutila kuntalam shri mukanchate jada udikshatam pakshmakridrisham. O beloved, unable to see you as you roam in the forest during the day, we experience every moment as a millennium. This is just after meeting with him, Radhakund. They're feeling like this. Then upon your return from the forest at dusk, we eagerly gaze upon your exquisitely beautiful lotus face, adorned with curly locks, and become greatly perturbed by the occasional blinking of our eyes. At that time, the creator of eyelids seems like a fool to us. The gopis can't even stand the blinking of their eye, the eyes taking them away from the glorious darshan of Krishna. What sort of love is that? What sort of attraction to Krishna is that? Do we consider that blinking of an eye to be any significant amount of time? We blink all the time, but we don't think it's anything. But for the gopis, it's described actually in the commentary of Gopi Geet, they're ready to cut their eyelids off like fishes and have no eyelids, so they can have an uninterrupted darshan of Krishna. I mean, how much affection do they have for Krishna to think like that? The Brajbasis took immense pleasure in seeing their beloved Krishna and Balaram after a long summer's day. Krishna's beautiful dark blue curly locks peeked out from the edge of his limestone white turban, enchanting the eyes of everyone. The dust rising from the hooves of the cows created an auspicious atmosphere. Have you ever seen crowds of cows walking around in Vrindavan? Have you seen? hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cows walking on the roads. It's just an amazing sight to see. But what to speak of thousands of cows who are perfectly well-fed, happy and satisfied and listening to Krishna's flute and anxious to get home to their calves. How beautiful a sight is that? So this sight is enlivening everyone along the path to the village of Gokul. Gentle breezes added a comfortable sensation. The breeze, purified by the touch of Krishna's transcendental body, soothed and satisfied all the Brijbasis as they watched the returning boys and cows. Drinking the sweet vibration of Krishna's flute with the cups of their ears, the deer hurried to the edge of the forest to see him. The birds that felt empty in his separation, and the trees had become lean and thin, again rejoiced upon hearing Krishna's reassuring flute. We're seeing separation and meeting. We're hearing what it was in separation, and we're experiencing the festival of meeting. This is our sadhya. This is where our dasmula is going to be carrying us to, because in the next section of Jaiva Dharma, we come to the Rasatattva section. And in the 38th chapter, all of these 8 praharas of the day are described in detail. Vrinda Devi is describing all of these activities of the day, the Astakaliya Lila. This is where we're going. This is the place. Our path of devotion, our path of bhakti, is to become inspired in desiring to lovingly serve the Supreme Lord. So the more we hear about him, the more our consciousnesses will be cured of this hridrog, this disease of the heart, which is always wanting to enjoy matter in some form or other. How can we prove this? Because we're always making plans for this life, for this birth. Every day we're calculating, I'll do this, then I'll do that, then I'll do this, then I'll do that. This calculation of manipulating the material energy for my own pleasure. But our path is completely different. The path of the Braj Sadhak is to focus on developing his attraction for Krishna. So when we hear these types of pastimes, this should soften the heart towards wanting to go to that place. Yes, I want to go to that place of Vrindavan Dham. I don't want to develop a nice place here. This is nothing. What can you develop here? You make an ashram somewhere, but you're doing the same thing. You're still meditating on reaching that kingdom of Braj, whatever the situation is. Enthusiastic to return home, Haladar, Balaram, he ran down the long road into Vrindavan. He's in the body of a young boy. He's so engrossed in Sakya Bhav. Young boys, they run, right? When they're enthusiastic, they run everywhere. They're quickly running. So Balaram, he's running ahead, but for other reasons it's going to describe here. Enthusiastic to return home, Haladar ran down the long road into Vrindavan. Krishna, the radiant prince of Vrindavan, who is the abundant treasure house of beauty, endowed with unlimited varieties of good fortune, however, lagged behind while returning from the pasturing ground. He deliberately walked slowly like an intoxicated baby elephant. Seen an elephant walking? Very powerfully, an elephant will walk. Krishna's compare. Kavi Kanpur, he's the most poetic. He sucked the toe of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when sucking that toe, all this nectar of ability to describe Krishna's pastimes came into his consciousness. So his language is really startling sometimes. In order to create some distance between himself and his brother Balaram, Krishna was suddenly maddened with bliss as a result of his deep-rooted affection for the Braj Gopis. Krishna's just left the Gopis, less than an hour ago practically, but that time was enough to bring on that separation mood. So we must understand these two dynamics of meeting and separation very clearly. Now, without any shame or fear of his elder brother, Krishna unhesitatingly fixed his eyes on the Chandra Shalikas. The Chandra Shalikas are these rooftop rooms. that have been specially built on all the houses in Braj, so you can see for a long distance. Actually, if you read, like in Vidagdhamada, for example, or different Shastras, you get the impression that personalities like Vrinda Devi and Lalita Sakhi, they could see for a long, long distance. Their vision even is not like ours, that you just see a limited amount of distance, but they could see that they're standing in Nandagaon, for example, and they can practically see the mountain of Govardhan. They can see what's happening there. They can see Krishna is in a particular pasturing ground. Like hawks have great excellence of vision. So that's a material quality, but also these transcendental gopis and these personalities, they also have long vision. They can see that Krishna is just approaching this particular kunj or that particular kunj. It's amazing to appreciate. So these are called Chandra Shalikas, small rooftop rooms with panoramic viewing. Standing in the Chandra Shalikas, the gopis filled the sky with the countless full moons of their faces, glowing with love. The blue lotuses of their eyes covered the broad lakes of their breasts. Colorful rainbows from the dazzling jewelry illuminated the sky. The black bees of their darkened eyebrows restlessly circled the flowering creepers of their smiles. The rivers of their liquid beauty flowed down to touch the ground below. These are young, incredibly transcendental gopis. They are the most beautiful women in existence. And they know they're the most beautiful women. And they know Krishna loves to admire them. So they're flowing down all of their beauty for Krishna to catch a glimpse of their beauty. They know this will please him. It'll please Krishna. The gopis thought continuously of Krishna within their hearts, while separated from him during the day. Although Lord Shiva held poison in his throat, the gopis could not contain the intense hankering of their hearts to see Krishna. Forcefully surging from their hearts, this fervor choked their voices and made them lose external awareness. So Sankarshan, he can drink that ocean of the poison, and he held it in his throat without allowing it to go into his heart, because he knows that Krishna's in his heart. But the gopis, they couldn't practically check their heart's feelings towards Krishna. It had to come out. It had to manifest through their eyes, their glances. Seeing Krishna at the distance, with ever fresh, youthful body glistening like a dark blue cloud, the gopis immediately blossomed in ecstatic love. So there's a whole beautiful description here. But this is all about Goduli. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's opening out this whole section by describing Goduli. And I would encourage you all to read this beautiful chapter. It's in Ananda Vrindavan Chapel. It's on page 146. But we should be familiar with this Goduli pastime. And every day we can be thinking about this. When the dust covers all the all the cowherd boys, and it's enhancing their beauty. Mother Yashoda is going to rush forward, and in her intense affection for Krishna, milk is overflowing from her breast. She's giving Krishna an abhishek as soon as he comes back from her breast milk. Shamelessly. She knows, and she's not even thinking for that. And then Krishna, he's accepting. And then Krishna's taken with Raktak and Praktak. They take to bathe and put a beautiful, shining yellow new dhoti on him. And then he goes to the Goshala to milk the cows. Meanwhile, the cows have run back to their calves. It's all an atmosphere of the most profound, greedy affection. It's not a static affection like we imagine in this material. Oh, I love you. Oh, they love me, whatever, you know. It's all dynamic, all moving tremendously. Krishna is circling everywhere. So this is Goduli. So late that afternoon, the next afternoon, at the time of Goduli, when the air is thick with dust clouds raised by the cows returning to the Goshala, Rajanath arrived at Srivasangam. If we're a devotee of any maturity, we'll be thinking of these eightfold pastimes of the day every day. We should understand what is Krishna doing at every moment of the day. We should have some familiarity with this. Otherwise, how are we pertaining to move on this path towards Braja Prem? We should know, for example, the geography of Vrindavan. We talk about this a lot during the month of Kartik. But it shouldn't just be left only for Kartik to appreciate the map, so to speak, of Braj, but every day we should be familiar. This is our real home, is Vrindavan Dham. And we are learning qualification here in Goradham to access Vrindavan Dham. Rajanath arrived at Srivasangan. He sat on the raised platform under the dense foliage of the bakula tree and waited for the elderly Babaji Maharaj. Babaji was waiting in his Bhajan Kutia, and for some unknown reason, Vatsalya Bhav had arisen in his heart towards Brajanath. These next portions are all about love also. It's the same overflowing mood of affection and attraction that Bhaktivinoda Thakur infuses into the chapter. Babaji was waiting in his Bhajan Kuti, and for some unknown reason, Vatsalya Bhav had arisen in his heart towards Brajanath. As soon as a slight sound outside indicated Brajanath's arrival, Babaji came out and lovingly embraced him, took him into his kutia, which was situated at one side of the courtyard of an arbor, in an arbor of kund flowers. There he offered him a seat and sat beside him. It wasn't that he was sitting on a higher seat. Oh yes, my disciple has come, let him sit on the ground. I will, with that sort of mood, but very lovingly they sat together in his kutia. Brajanath took the dust of Babaji Maharaj's feet on his head. Feeling blessed, he said humbly, "O great soul, yesterday you told me that you would instruct me on Dasamula, the fundamental principles of Nimai Pandit's teachings. Kindly bestow this knowledge upon me now." So this Dasamula, with these 10 ontological truths, actually there's 9 ontological truths. The first is the Pramana, and then there's 9 truths coming from the Pramana is the evidence, according to Shastra, Amnaya. And then there's going to be 9 truths that we're understanding from there. All of Mahaprabhu's teachings. When Brajanath asked this wonderful question, Babaji Mahashai became very happy and said affectionately, "My son, I shall first explain to you the Sutra Shloka of Dasamula, wherein the 10 ontological truths of Dasamula are set out in a condensed form. You are a scholar, so by proper deliberation you will be able to comprehend the true meaning of this shloka. So it's advisable for us to become familiar with this shloka if we're going to study this Dasamula. So I've sent a copy on the WhatsApp thread that you can print very easily, and it's in large, so you can stick it on the fridge or somewhere, and you can see each day, and you can go through the different words in the shloka and appreciate their meaning and how to absorb this mood of this Dasamula more easily. So Amnaya Praha Tattvam Harim Iha Paramam Sarva Shaktim Rasabdim Tad Vipinamsams Cha Jivan Prakriti Kavalitam Tad Vimuktams Cha Bavad Beda Abeda Prakasham Sakalam Api Hare Sadunam Shuddha Bhaktim Sadyam Tatpritim Evati Upadashiti Gyanam Gaura Chandra Swayam Saha. So this is a beautiful verse, and you can break it down and see very clearly. Amnaya Praha, this is the evidence. Tattvam Harim Iha Paramam. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sarva Shaktim, all energies. Rasabdim, Rasa, Tattva. This is described here, etc. And then Tad Vibhinamsams Cha, this is the Jivas. This is Vibhinamsa Tattva. Prakriti Kabalitam, those suffering in the material world. But I'll start from the translation here properly. So the first is Pramana. The teachings of the Vedas received through Guru Parampara are known as Amnaya, the infallible evidence of the Vedas, of the Smriti Shastras, headed by the Srimad Bhagavatam, as well as evidence such as direct sense perception, pratyaksha, that concur with the guidance of the Vedas, are all accepted as praman, evidence. This praman establishes the following prameyas, fundamental truths. So we should be just clear on this. This praman is going to establish the next 9 fundamental prameyas, which are the next 9 ontological truths. Without having evidence, nothing can be established. So the evidence is in the praman, in Bhagavatam, etc., Gita also. So it's saying number 2, but actually it's number 1 if you list it in that. Number 1 is the Prameya, but now it's described as number 2. So Paramatattva, Sri Hari alone is the supreme absolute truth. Sarva Shaktiman, Sri Krishna is the possessor of all potency. And 4, Akila Rasamrita Sindhu, he is the ocean of nectarian mellows. So there's 3 about Krishna. First of all, there's the Praman, then there's 3 about Krishna, 3 about the Jiva, then there's a reconciliatory Prameya, and then there's that's Achintya Veda Tattva, then there's Shuddha Bhakti, then there's Krishna Priti. It's in a sequence, in a very logical sequence. My Gurudev said that if you know this Dashamula, like the analysis of it, so to speak, you are qualified to sit in any assembly on earth and speak. This Dasamula contains everything in a nutshell. So, where did I get to? The infallible evidence of the Vedas, the Smriti, headed by Srimad Bhagavatam, as well as the evidence such as direct sense perception, pratyaksha, that concur with the guidance of the Vedas, are all accepted as praman, evidence. This praman establishes the following prameyas, fundamental truths. Okay, it's really simple. It's not something complex, actually. There's 1 praman, and there's 9 truths. And it's divided into 3, and then 3, and then the last section. 3 Krishna, 3 the Jiva, and then there's a reconciliation of Achintya Veda Tattva, then there's Shuddha Bhakti, then there's Krishna Priti. So it's quite simple to appreciate and learn. So then it comes to number 2, Paramatattva. Sri Hari alone is the supreme absolute truth. That's 1. Sarva Shaktiman, Sri Krishna is the possessor of all potencies. That's 2. Akila Rasamrita Sindhu, he is the ocean of nectarine mellows. That's 3 about Krishna. Only about Krishna. And then Vibhinamsa Tattva. That's now it's the Jiva. It's the Jiva for 3 Prameyas. Vibhinamsa Tattva, both the Mukta, liberated, and Bada, conditioned Jivas, are his eternally separated parts and parcels. There's going to be a chapter on each of these Prameyas. But we should grasp this. It's not difficult. It's not out of our range to grasp these. So Vibhinamsa Tattva, and then Bada Jivas, conditioned souls, are subject to the control and covering of Maya. That's a Bada Jiva. And then Mukta Jivas, liberated souls, are free from Maya. So that's 3 about Krishna and 3 about the Jiva. That's what we've done so far. Now there's a reconciliation between Krishna and the Jiva, because we talked often about the Sampradayas being concerned with, is Krishna is the Jiva that supreme, like a Mayavad who wants to enjoy? Because we are a part, Satchidananda, of Krishna, and with that particle we can become bewildered into thinking that we are God, because we have that God particle, but we're only anuchit always. So this Advaitavad of Sankaracharya and the philosophies that were coming from that were very prominent, and people were believing that they are one with God, they are the same. So this discussion, we can say, or this confusion about who is God, or how am I related with God, this is reconciled by this Achintya Veda Tattva. We are one and simultaneously different, right? And remember the very simple analogy of a spoonful of water from the ocean. The constituents of the water are exactly the same as the whole. But the water in the spoon is anuchit, and the water in the whole is vibhuchit, enormous. So there's a huge difference. Even though the Jiva and Krishna are one, but still the difference is enormous. So, where are we? 8. Mukta Jivas, liberated souls, are free from Maya. So this is described in chapter 16.
Sorry.
Huh? No, I'm just mentioning the chapter. And then there's the 8th, Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva. That's the reconciliation. We've had 3 about Krishna, 3 about the Jiva. Now this one's a reconciliation between the Jiva and Krishna. How is the Jiva that same transcendental seed as Krishna is, but we are very small? This is the Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva to appreciate. It's very, very powerful. Achintya Beda Tattva, the entire universe consisting of the conscious Chit and the unconscious Achit, is Sri Hari's Achintya Beda Prakash. That is to say, it is his manifestation which is inconceivably both different and non-different from him. So we are different and non-different from him. So 3 about Krishna, 3 about the Jiva, and now this one, Achintya Beda Tattva. And then number 9, Shuddha Bhakti. Pure devotional service is the only practice sadhan to attain perfection. This is the Abhideya. How do we practice? And then the Prayojan, Krishna Priti. Transcendental love and affection for Krishna is the one and only final object of attainment, Sadhya Vastu. So this is why I described that Goduli in the beginning. This is the goal. This is the final sadhya, to appreciate the affectionate nature that the Jiva actually has with Krishna. This is what we're looking to wake up within ourselves, this dormant attraction for Krishna, which is natural. It's completely natural. It doesn't have to be forced. We have to be educated, but you can't force the heart. It's a natural affinity, a natural connection with the Lord in love. That's the path of Krishna Priti. So those are the 10 truths. 3 about the Jiva, 3 about Krishna, 3 about the Jiva, and 3 describing the goal and how to attain it. So that makes 9. And then the first is the Pramana. That makes 10. So this is the Dashmula in essence at the beginning. It's simple. It's quite simple, really. So Swayam Bhagavan, Sri Gaurangadev, has herein instructed 10 distinct tattvas, fundamental truths, to the faithful jivas. The first of these is Pramana tattva, and the remaining 9 are Prameya tattva. First you should understand the meaning of Pramana. That subject which is established by Pramana, evidence or proof, is known as Prameya. So first we have what is going to be your authority. What is the evidence to establish these? That's the Amnaya, that's the scriptures. That which is proved. And that by which Prameya is proved is known as Pramana. That evidence is going to prove this Pramana. Clear? Very simple. These 10 fundamental tattvas, Dash Mula Tattva, are set out in the shloka that I have just recited. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written this shloka. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has brought these 10 ontological truths from the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in such a sublime, simple way to bring us into the full conception of who is Mahaprabhu. These are all the truths. There's no more truth other than this. Krishna, the Jiva, the relationship between the two, and what is the sadhya, what is the final priti, what is the love at the end of it. Understand? It's very rational. Are set out in the shloka that I have just recited. The next shloka will be the first actual shloka of Dasmula, and it elaborates on the first of the Dashmula tattvas, namely the authoritative Vedic literature, Amnaya or Pramana tattva. From the 2nd to the 8th shloka, Sambandha tattva is described. So from the second, that's the relationship between Krishna and the Jiva. This is Sambandha Gyan. This is essential. We cannot chant Harinam without being familiar fully with the nature of Sambandha Gyan. What is my relationship with the Lord? What is my relationship with the material energy? And who am I? These three understandings, these three vastus, and this was described in the very first chapter of Jaiva Dharma, because it's establishing what is Sambandha Gyan. Where were we? Swayam Bhagavan Sri Gauranga Dev has herein instructed 10 distinct fundamental truths to the faithful jivas. The first of these is Praman Tattva, and the remaining 9 are Prameya Tattva. First, you should understand the meaning of Praman. That subject which is established by Praman evidence or proof is known as Prameya. That which is proved, and that by which Prameya is proved is known as Praman. So I've repeated it twice. These 10 fundamental tattvas, Dashmula tattva, are set out in the shloka that I've just recited. The next shloka will be the first actual shloka of the Dasmula, and it elaborates on the first of the Dashmula tattvas, namely the authoritative Vedic literatures, Amnaya or Praman tattva. From the second to the 8th shloka, Sambandha tattva is described. The 9th shloka describes Abhideya tattva, which is the sadhan to attain the ultimate goal, and the 10th shloka describes Prayojan tattva, which is the sadhya itself. So it helps us to know what is the sadhya even before we begin, where we're going, to set our compass, so to speak, on the goal, and make sure that everything that we're practicing is going to go in that direction only, not going to be distracted into something else that is completely different to the goal. What is the goal? It's Braja Prem. It's what I've just described in the Goduli pastime. It's serving and remembering those extraordinary pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan. That is the goal. That will connect us with that spiritual kingdom. That's where this is Raganuga Bhakti. That's where we're going. So that goal has to be established. That's the sadhya. Before you can put your full heart into the practice. How can you put your full heart into the practice if you don't really know where you're going? You just become like in the army. You're just doing the rules and regulations and so on, but you don't really know the purpose of it. We have to know the end result, where we're going, isn't it? From the 2nd to the 8th shloka, Sambandha tattva is described. The 9th shloka describes Abhideya tattva, which is the sadhan for attaining the ultimate goal. And the 10th shloka describes Prayojan tattva, which is the sadhya, the goal itself, and that is Krishna Priti. That is love for Krishna. Priti means love. When Brajanath had heard the meaning of the shloka, he said, Babaji Maharaj, I do not have anything to ask now. If any question occurs to me after hearing the next shloka, I will submit at your lotus feet. Now kindly explain the first shloka of Das Mula. Wow, that was 1 hour already. We haven't even started. I thought we had so much more time. So our time has expired. Huh?
So this Das Mula here, is this the origin of this verse? It's here. It's not like he's quoting it from somewhere else. This is where it's actually first written.
He has written this verse.
He's written it and it's here. He's not quoting it from another place.
But it's compiled with all of the authority imaginable. Every granta, every scripture, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has scrutinized to compose these 10 truths, or 9 truths rather. Bhaktivinoda Thakur was such an extreme erudite scholar. He studied in that library in Puri, all of the books, Jiva Goswami, etc. There's nothing shastrically that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is not familiar with. And he's condensed all of that into manifesting these verses. It's like this whole Jaiva Dharma is manifested in his samadhi bhasya, it's described, in his meditation. In his deep meditation, this Jaiva Dharma manifested. And these verses also manifested to go step by step. He's just made it so accessible. What do the acharyas want to do? What do all the gurus want to do? They want to bring the conditioned souls to this highest state of consciousness. And it's not complex, but we have to work carefully and studiously to appreciate the language, the vocabulary, etc., and then the conceptions, because they're nothing to do with these material conceptions. They're not about this world. It's on the spiritual. How are you going to bring a conditioned soul to the spiritual consciousness? It's a challenge. And all of our acharyas are concerned with only this. And all preachers should be concerned with only this. How to bring a conditioned soul to a higher state of consciousness in their appreciation of their dormant love for Krishna, to wake up, like we just described Mother Yashoda, Nanda Baba, the residents of Vrindavan. They're just so anxious to be with Krishna. That greed, that enthusiasm. They're all running down the path to meet Krishna. He's only been away a few hours in the forest, and yet they're all just practically fainting in separation from him. And when he comes back, it's such a huge festival. And the same for the cows also, the calves. A hankering, waiting. The whole mood is just so thick with affection and sweetness. So how to bring the jiva to hanker for this more than he hankers for money in this world or for material sense gratification in this world? How are you going to do it? How are you really going to do it? At the end of the day, people just want something in front of them, the object of their senses to be gratified. You know? And the only method to attain the depth of consciousness, to appreciate this, is by accepting the power of the holy name. You see, Mahaprabhu, he's given the direction of Ragmarg, and he's also given the medicine to achieve that. Without the holy name, it's just ludicrous. You can't make headway. And even, I've said many times, even 16 rounds is not really sufficient to purify the consciousness enough to actually go into that world of Vrindavan Dham. It needs to be focused chanting and as much time as possible. Because what are we doing in the material world? What are our activities? They're basically to try to make myself secure or happy materially. Isn't it? That's what we're always thinking about. That's what's on our mind, because we don't know the spiritual happiness yet. But if we have faith and we take that holy name and we hear these pastimes, in particular the Leela, then some greed will begin to come in the heart for that world. And then I'll take it more seriously, because a soberness, when we say sober, we mean sobering up from the intoxication of running for sensual pleasures. It's intoxicating, running for the sensualities of this world. We get drunk on it, running from this object, that object, this object, that object. It's intoxicating. So we need to sober up. We need to come down. And the chanting does that every single time. It brings us to a very sober state of consciousness, where we have the ability just to be quiet for a little while in our mind. The mind is all the time saying, I want. Every step we take, every breath, every place we move to, we just wanting. What are we? We're wanting to fill this hole, this void in the heart of affection. How are we going to fill that heart? The heart will be filled when we think of pastimes like Goduli, for example. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is so merciful. He didn't just write just happenstance, it's Goduli. He wrote with the intention to inspire us towards Vrindavan before we even begin. This Vrindavan Dham is our home. And if we're remembering these Astakalya praharas of the day, these eightfold, Nishanta Lila, Pratar Lila, Purvana Lila, Madhyana Lila, Apurvana Lila, Shyam Lila, Pradosh Lila, Ratri Lila, these 8 pastimes of the day regularly. And we're chanting significantly. Some effect by the mercy of Mahaprabhu and our Guru Vargya will happen. This is all they want. They're giving their life's blood for this. So if we have any affection for our Guru Vargya, we should reciprocate with their teachings. So now we've just begun. And tomorrow tomorrow is the Avirbhav of Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj. So tomorrow I will definitely offer a Pushpanjali to the lotus feet of my beloved Param Gurudev. Without his mercy, how can I expect the mercy of my Gurudev? And we are only hungry for that mercy of our Guru Vargya. Without that transcendental mystical mercy, nothing will really resonate significantly. Because Shraddha is the cornerstone. Shraddha Shabde Vishvasa Koi Sudrita Nishchoy. This firm faith, this Shraddha will give us confidence, and that confidence will carry us in to this transcendental realm. We must have Gurudev's mercy. So in order to get Gurudev's mercy, we must go by his Gurudev. So we'll do that tomorrow, and hopefully we'll come to this first verse of the Dasmula. So I just finished this paragraph. When Brajanath had heard the meaning of the shloka, he said, Babaji Maharaj, I do not have anything to ask now. If any question occurs to me after hearing the next shloka, I will submit it at your lotus feet. Now kindly explain the first shloka of the Dasmula. So we've just discussed the premise, so to speak, the platform. And this platform we can go over again and again and again ourselves individually. So I've sent that sheet on the WhatsApp. If you print it nicely, it's in large type so you can see it easily. And just look at it regularly every day and understand these 9 Prameyas and what is the Praman. And then we'll become qualified for Madhyam Adhikari and get out of this Kanishta stage, which my Gurudev said we should not linger in. We should very quickly come to Madhyam platform. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Dasmula ki jai, Ananta Koda Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gold Premanandi, Goduli ki jai, Gold Premanandi, Hari Bol. So now today we've come to the first of the Dasmula verses. So Brajanath is speaking to Raghunath Das Babaji, and he's hearing this description of the Dasmula. And I'll just read the paragraph previously. When Brajanath had heard the meaning of the shloka, he said, Babaji Maharaj, I do not have anything to ask now. If any question occurs to me after hearing the next shloka, I will submit it at your lotus feet. Now kindly explain the first shloka of Dasmula. So now we're having the first shloka today. Very good, Babaji says. Now listen attentively. Swata Siddho Veda Hari Dhyayata Vedaha Prabritita Pramanam Sat Praptam Pramiti Vishyam Tan Nava Vidan Tata Pratyakshadi Pramiti Sahitam Sadyati Na Yaktis Tarakya Pravishati Tata Shakti Rahita. This is Dasmula 1. The self-evident Vedas, which have been received in the Sampradaya through the Guru Parampara, are recipients of Sri Hari's mercy, such as Brahmaji and others, are known as Amnaya Vakya. Amnaya Vakya. This is the instructions they've received. This is what Amnaya means. The 9 Prameya Tattvas are established by these Amnaya Vakyas with the help of other Pramans that follow the guidance of these Shastras. For example, such as evidence obtained by direct perception, pratyaksha, Reasoning that is only based on logic is always lame in the matter of evaluating inconceivable subject matters, since logic and argument have no access in the realm of the inconceivable. If one tries to use one's material intelligence to access these truths, one will be dumbfounded. You cannot come from this material plane to the transcendental kingdom without the help of a personality who is already transcendentally realized. And we've many times given the example of the fire that is latent in wood. All wood has fire latent within it, but that wood can never ignite until another piece of wood that's already on fire is going to touch it and ignite it. And similarly with our transcendental soul, even though by nature that soul is there in that uh, bhav is there in potential. Kriti sadhya bhavet sadhya bhav sasadanabhida. Nitya siddhyasya bhavasya prakritam hindi sadhyate. Prakritam means in potential. Rupa Goswami is saying like this sadhya, this bhav is in potential. But that potential, just like the fire is potentially in wood, but it can never be manifested until another transcendental entity connects with that dull wood. So we have to appreciate, because without the guru principle, nothing makes sense. The guru will introduce us to the transcendental connection. If the guru principle is not there, it means we haven't actually accepted Krishna, because Krishna sprinkles this whole planet with various personalities who are capable of bringing the jivas to a transcendental state of consciousness. Just like tomorrow, we have the great example of Jagat Guru Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who gave his life's blood to educating and nurturing the conditioned souls. And so many luminaries came to his camp to also get that seed and that fire, that intention to liberate the conditioned souls. So this is all the workings of the Supreme Lord. And if we're not a part of that mercy that the Lord is distributing, how are we possibly going to get the realization of the goal of life? How is it possible going to happen? It can't happen. There's no way it can happen. Brajanath, is there any evidence? If you've got any question, by the way, please ask. Because I mean, this is very dense. It's loaded with all kinds of considerations. And I'm only just reading and saying a few points that come to mind. But if there's anything pertinent that comes up, you can share it. Brajanath, is there any evidence within the Vedas to show that Brahmaji gave instruction through displic succession? So Brajanath, we know, is very astute. He's a Brahmana. He's been practicing Nyaya Shastra, and he wants the conclusive truth in this discussion with Raghunath Das. So he's asking beautiful questions. Babaji, yes, there is. In the Mundaka Upanishad 1.1.1, it is stated, Brahma Devanam Pratama Samba Bhuva Vishvasya Krita Bhuvanasya Gopta Sa Brahma Vidyam Sarva Vidya Pratishtam Atarvaya Jesta Putraya Praha. Brahmaji, who is the creator of the entire universe and the protector of the worlds, was the first Deva to appear. He gave complete instructions on Brahma Vidya, the basis of all knowledge, to his eldest son, Atharva. And we understand Brahmaji, he's receiving, first of all, the instruction from Divya Saraswati, Tapa, to perform austerity, which he does on the lotus. And then he hears the, first of all, he hears the Gopal mantra. And then he hears the Calm Beach mantra coming from the sound of Krishna's flute directly. So this is Brahmaji's direct linking with transcendence. Otherwise, how could he distribute this transcendental knowledge? We have to have absolutely embedded this link throughout, through Guru Shishya, Guru Shishya, Guru Shishya. This is the teachings in the beginning of this chapter. This absolute appreciation that without Guru, without our line, and it's not only Guru, because Guru is a representative in our line. My Guru is representing Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, who is representing Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, who is representing Srila Gokishodas Babaji, who is representing Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and then Jagannath Das Babaji, Baladev Vidyabhushan, etc., all the way back, Krishnadas Kaviraj, the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. They are the embodiment. When you look at Guru, you should be able to see all the way back, because he's the embodiment of the previous personalities. He's repackaging the message for time, place, and circumstance. But all of the fundamental, transcendental current is connecting through all these different personalities, particularly in our case with Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami is the mouthpiece for Sachinandan Gaurahari. We were saying the other day that Mahaprabhu, he doesn't give directly Manjari Bhav, which is the conclusion of, or the desire of Mahaprabhu himself. This Swa Bhakti Shriyam. This is what he wants to distribute. Swa Bhakti Shriyam. What is Swa in this verse? Anapita Chirim Chirat Kurunavaritano Kalo Samarpaitam Unnata Ujvala Rasam Swa Bhakti Shriyam. This Unnata Ujvala. This is what Mahaprabhu himself is tasting, this brilliantly shining prem of the affection between Radha and Krishna. That's what he's tasting, this Madanakya Mahabhav. But he's giving us service to that through the medium of the Manjaris. So all our line, they are all in this mood of dedicated service to Sri Radhika, all, without exceptions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this line. How would they be able to represent Mahaprabhu's desire? Rag Mag Bhakti Loke Karite Prachan. That was his desire, to give Rag Mag to the world. His first desire, Premras, Niryase, Korite Aswadan. He wants to taste his own prem, or the prem of Sri Radhika. Sri Radhika's prem is higher than Krishna's prem. She has so much attraction for Krishna, and Krishna is the recipient of that. Krishna experiences the sweetness of her attraction to him. And then he becomes attracted to Sri Radhika. And then Radhika is receiving the sweetness of Krishna's love. So it's just an incredible topic. But we are the ones who are given only in this age, only in this time. This is the absolute uniqueness of this point in history. Anapita Chirim Chirat. That means not for a long, long time has this been presented. Not for an entire day of Lord Brahma. So, Brani, you had a question? Speak loudly.
Yeah, why we never worship Brahma as a spiritual master?
We do, but we don't honor him. And actually, there was a curse by Gayatri, his second wife, that he would only be worshipped in India in 4 places. And what was that place? Pushkar. Yes, that was the first place. Pushkar. Thank you. It was on the top. Begins with a P. Yeah, Pushkar. And then there are 3 other places where Lord Brahma, you know them? Lord Brahma is specifically worshipped. But we are worshipping Lord Brahma in the sense that we are worshipping this Guru Vargya. We worship Lord Brahma in the same way that we worship Narad, because we only worship Narad because he's the son of Lord Brahma. We worship Vyasadeva. We worship the Srimad Bhagavatam because he's receiving this knowledge through Lord Brahma. Shukadev the same. This is our line. So, but we don't worship Lord Brahma separately.
Much about Brahma, more about Narada.
It depends what you want to hear, Sobrani. I mean, you can go in the scriptures and you can find so many pramans about Lord Brahma, but in our line, we don't necessarily. We talk specifically the Chatushloki in the 7th canto, in the 2nd canto, in chapter 9, these 4 verses, Aham eva sam eva gre, these 4 verses that are described there, This is opening out all of the truth in 4 sutra, 4 verses. Narad is speaking to Vyasadeva, repeating what his father said. So in that way, Lord Brahma is running through the entirety of Srimad Bhagavatam. So we see Lord Brahma in that sense. But I understand what you mean.
Can I ask another question? Why is it so important to have a living guru? Is that especially because of this Shabda Brahma, that otherwise we lose this current?
If you, for example, support Ritvik or something of this nature, this is completely and utterly bogus.
No, not even Ritvik.
No, but
But for
you
example,
asked the question, it doesn't matter, but Ritvik is an example of that, that you can worship your Param Guru and expect to take initiation into these sacred truths from, and that it's a living transference of Shabda Brahman into the heart of the Shishya. It's a living transference. It cannot be imagined. We see in other religions, for example, there's no strong chain coming through all the guru shishya like that. Therefore, the philosophy has become greatly interpolated. There are so many interpretations of the philosophy. This relationship, this sambandha, is a real thing. It's not something fictitious or just in the quantum. You have to have a tadvidi pranipashena sevaya. You have to have this connection with Guru, this living Guru, and then he can transfer this Shabda Brahman into your heart. If you just try to imagine some previous Guru and connecting like that, and you're not going through the sequence of a living Guru, then that previous Guru will never be able to chastise you or tell you, this is incorrect or etc. like that. You'll just be accepting a very slim part of the absolute truth. Understand? You have to have that living connection. Okay. It is also stated further in the Mundaka Upanishad, Yenaksharam Purusham Veda Satyam Pro Vacha Tam Tattvato Brahma Vidyam. Brahma Vidya is knowledge that reveals the true Swarup of Parabrahm, the indestructible Purushottam. If people are afraid of connecting with a living guru, then they are going to be deficient in the bliss of pure relationship. Sadguru is capable to wake up that eternal relationship. It's exactly the same as the analogy that I've just described to you of the wood dormant in fire. If the fire dormant in wood is trying to imagine another fire coming and touching the wood, that's can never happen, right? It'll never actually become ignited. There has to be a connection. If someone, for example, takes absolute dedicated shelter of Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, he will give them the sukriti to connect with the living guru. But you cannot get that absolute final jewel from Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada unless you met him, unless he gifted it to you directly. It has to be a direct connection. Absolutely. Brajanath, do you have any evidence that the rishis who compiled the Smriti Shastras have given the correct explanation of the Vedas in them? Interesting question. Brahmaji, evidence for this is given in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.14, 3 and 4, the crest jewel of all Shastras. Kalena nasta pralaye vaniyam Veda samnita. Mayado brahmane prokta dharmo yashyam mad atmaka. Tena prokta sva putraya manave purava jayasa. Tato brigu adyo grinam sapta brahma maharshaya. Sri Bhagavan said, by the influence of time, the Vedas containing my instructions on Bhagavad Dharma were lost when the cosmic devastation occurred. At the beginning of the next Brahmakalpa, at the time of creation, I again instructed Brahma on that same Veda. My page is. What's it say? Oh, Veda. Brahma instructed his son Manu on the Vedic knowledge, and Manu in turn instructed the same science to the 7 Brahma rishis headed by Brigu. My page has become blurred. The ink's come off it. So very interesting. No, it's okay. The rest is okay. It was just that one particular word. So this verse is saying conclusively how the Vedas, they become lost at the time of devastation, then they have to be reignited again, so to speak. And Swayambhuva Manu is the first manifest human form. And then from him are all the other progenitors manifesting. Rajanath, what is the necessity for a sampradaya? This is a very important question. These questions, as we scroll through them, you should try to remember where they are in the whole Jaiva Dharma. If in future someone asks you a question about the Sampradaya, you should know, 13th chapter, right at the beginning, I can go there and get the hard evidence to clear that. So Babaji is saying, most people in this world accept the shelter of Mayavad philosophy and follow that inauspicious path which is devoid of bhakti. Is this true or not? Most people are looking to only enjoy their material senses because they have no knowledge of anything else. They become dull. This is why it's to our fortune, because we have great fortune to try to enlighten all these people. If there was no work to do, so to speak, in the field of preaching, where would the activities of the devotees be? We're not always qualified just to sit and read and chant all day. We need to go out, and by that exchanging and by that preaching, we also become enlivened in understanding the philosophy much more significantly. As soon as you're speaking to someone, preaching to someone, teaching someone, then you also are forced to understand the subject matter much more clearly. So it's reciprocal. Most people in this world accept the shelter of Mayavad philosophy and follow that inauspicious path which is devoid of bhakti. Consequently, if there were no separate sampradaya for those who practice Shuddha Bhakti, that is untainted by the faults of Mayavad, it would be very difficult to attain genuine satsanga. Therefore, it is stated in the Padma Purana, Sampradaya Vihini Ye Mantras Te Vifala Mata Shri Brahma Rudra Sanak Vaishnava Shiti Pavanaha. Vaishnava Acharyas in the 4 Sampradayas, namely Ramanuja in the Sri Sampradaya, Madhavacharya in the Brahma Sampradaya, Vishnu Swami in the Rudra Sampradaya, and Nimbaditya in the Chatusan Sampradaya, purify the whole universe. Diksha mantras not received from the Acharyas in one of these 4 Sampradayas will be fruitless. A mantra is empowered. You can find the Diksha mantras in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he writes them all out. All the different Diksha mantras are there. But unless you've had those Diksha mantras empowered by a person who himself has been, etc., unless you're in that current, they're going to have no effect. They won't bear fruit. The mantra has to be empowered. Just like for now, for example, we have this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Why is this Hare Krishna mantra so incredibly potent? Because Mahaprabhu himself, the Supreme Lord, has distributed it in this age. Previously, that Mahamantra has always been present, but it was never empowered to the same extent that it's empowered now in this particular Kali Yuga. This Danya Kali Yuga is so exceptional. Mahaprabhu always appears straight after Krishna in the 7th Manvantara, in the 28th Dwarpa Yuga. Krishna appears. Straight after him, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appears. Once in the whole day of Lord Brahma. And then he empowers the holy name with such Shakti. What's that? Kalera dosha nidhi rajan asti heko mahanguna. Kirtanad eva Krishnasya mukta sangha parambrajet. That this Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults. Dosha, nidhi, ocean of faults. And there is only one good quality, mahaguna, and that is kirtan of the holy name of the Lord. That's because the Lord himself has directly empowered it. Directly he's empowered that.
What is the meaning of is empowered? Like when the guru empowered the
Infuse. He infuses the Shakti. It's transcendental, Prabhu. It's not of this world. We are in material consciousness, conditioned by the 3 stages of time. These mantras are beyond material consciousness altogether. We have no access to them except mercy of that infusion of their mercy. They empower it.
like they put the desire, the will to this.
Yes, there must be greed. There must be anxious desire. That's the ingredient. If there's anxious desire to attain this jewel, then those transcendentalists can easily reciprocate. So easily. Just like a child. Say you're teaching in a school and there's 10 kids, some of them will be really eager and some of them will be just sitting on the back waiting for the class to finish. So you're not going to worry so much for them. They're not going to actually get the fruit. But those eager ones in the front, like Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada also almost said, what is it? The duck that quacks the loudest gets the cracker. It's a fact. So, and then that infusion. I give you an example. I've said it before. Say, a father gives his child pocket money every week. That child, say he's 8 or 9 years old, goes and buys his father a sweater with that money. Then he brings that sweater to his father. His father's heart's going to melt. My little son, he didn't take the money for his own enjoyment, but he went and bought. In that melting of the heart of the father, there's a definite transition, a connection that goes between the heart of the father and the son at that time. It's like mystical. It's like a real transmission of affection. So it's that transmission of affection that takes place between guru and shishya. If one is enthusiastic and one serves, tadvidi praniprasena sevaya. If we perform that seva to guru, then guru's heart will, just like Narottam Das Thakur we had the other day. Lokanath Das Goswami was adamant, I will accept no disciples in this birth, absolutely none. And then because Narottam cleaned all the area where he was passing his ablutions every day, so beautifully he cleansed that area. And Lokanath Goswami's heart was broken by the sincerity of this boy, and then he gave him the mantras. So this exchange, it's only about love. There isn't any other consideration in this path of spiritual life. We tend to lose that perspective often. We think by my material prowess, by my ability, my intellect, etc., I can practically crash the gates of heaven, but we can't. We'll just get a bang on the head. It doesn't happen. There has to be this priti, this sweetness, this speciality, this transference of affection. When we read the 16th chapter about Jiva Tattva, it's described that in the spiritual world, there's only love. This is the nature of the spiritual world. There isn't any envy. It's the enviousness that shuts everything down. How is enviousness caused? Through pride. Pride and envy are synonymous. They both come together. If someone is very proud, he's proud because he thinks he's better than someone else. That creates an envious mentality. But in contrast, the devotee is humble. And prema and humility, they are synonymous. So we're on a completely different trail. So we have to have that connection. Completely different. It's a, 360-degree turnaround for the consciousness. Does that answer your question? What was your question in the beginning? I forgot. Did you say?
Yeah, my question is that what is exactly this?
Oh, infusion. Yes, empowerment. Do you understand?
I understand, like the mercy. What I understand is that the mercy is the desire of higher one who everything give you the mercy. He give his will that.
Have you ever received mercy? Have you ever felt that you've received mercy?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Because if you haven't, you don't really understand it. But if you feel that realization that you've actually received mercy, then you'll know what I'm talking about. If you consider, I mean, look, just being alive in this world with the sound vibration of the Hare Krishna mantra all around us and being in Gordam is so much incredible mercy from some quarter. And our duty is to reciprocate with that mercy in a mood of gratitude. You know, we've been given so much we've been given. The idea is to break the heart in gratitude and then want to run to serve that personality who I know is responsible for giving this creeper. And it's all coming through Guru because he's the initiator of it. It's exactly like an electric current. You have to have the connection. You know about electronics? He knows about electronics. You have to have the connection at each stage. There has to be the switch. Okay. Of the four, the Brahma Sampradaya is the most ancient and has continued through the disciplic succession until the present day. Lord Brahma is billions and billions of years ago, and yet we're recipients of that same kripa that is coming because it's not material, it's transcendental, it's of a whole nother dimension. Continued through the disciplic succession until the present day. These sampradayas adhere to the system of Guru Parampara, and they have brought the Vedanta and other supremely auspicious literatures unchanged from the most ancient times. That's most important. Unchanged, unadulterated, not interpolated. This is paramounted. If someone thinks that they can change Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada's books, that is abhorrent. This is shocking, I think. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada wrote his books under the direction of all his Guru Vagya. And if little conditioned souls think that they know better and how to word his writings, they're going to take something very beautiful from those scriptures. So we have Bhagavad Gita as it is in the original version of 1972. That should be our copy always. It's very important because if you look at the changes, they're incredible. For example, there's a change at the end of the 8th chapter in the purport. And Prabhupada is saying one should associate with pure devotees. That's what Prabhupada says in the original. So what have the new editors put? One should associate with devotees. What a huge difference. Oh, this devotee's my buddy. We'll just kind of wander around and I'm associating with devotees. This is not the intention. So I just want to make that plug for the real thing, not the interpolated, misdirected understanding or information. It's tragic, I think. And by the potency of the system of Parampara, there is not the slightest chance that they have made any change or eliminated any portion. There is therefore no reason to doubt the literature that the Sampradaya has authorized. These personalities in the Sampradaya, they are Mahabhagavats. They are beyond the modes of nature. They are beyond the three defects, which he will speak here now. I'll wait. There is therefore no reason to doubt the literature that the Sampradaya has authorized. Sampradaya is an affected and indisputable arrangement, and for this reason, the Sat Sampradaya system is continuing amongst saints and sadhus from the most ancient times. Brajanath, Are the names of all the acharyas in the sampradaya available in order of succession? Babaji, only the names of the most prominent acharyas have appeared from time to time are mentioned. So we'll read this tomorrow.
Why Brahma is so exceptional that he don't need a guru?
He does need a guru.
Krishna appeared to him.
He had no opportunity because he was the first manifested being. There was no other person, and his first mood was to inquire. He was inquiring, and by the sound vibration of Saraswati Devi, he actually got the Gopal mantra. And by his diligent chanting of that Gopal mantra, then Krishna advents directly as like his guru. He directly comes and directly instructs Lord Brahma. We read in the second canto that actually Lord Brahma, he shakes the hand of Krishna. And Krishna describes all of these 4 verses, these 4 truths of the whole Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is the exception. Lord Brahma, he's submissively hearing from Krishna. This is the requirement to submissively hear from Guru in a mood of honor and reverence and respect, and then the current will be connecting. So Lord Brahma, he's hearing directly from Krishna. It's a good question. But this is the truth, that Lord Brahma, he's accepting Krishna.
His guru.
Huh?
Krishna is the guru of Brahma.
Yes. Brahma is Adi Guru. He's the original Guru. And he is receiving his transfusion, you can say, directly from the flute sound of Sri Krishna into this world. So it's the same dynamic exactly. And Krishna is the one who's giving him that directly. Saraswati begins it, this Divya Saraswati, not the Saraswati of this world, the transcendental Saraswati. She starts the motion by giving the Gopal mantra. And then the Kam Bij mantra comes through the flute song. Because it's the Diksha mantras that Guru gives. But we should understand one more thing, that the Diksha mantras don't cross the Viraja river into the transcendental world. The Diksha mantras are supposed to assist us to come to the spiritual world, in our practice of Harinam. The Mahamantra is far more powerful than the Diksha mantras are. The Diksha mantras will support our journey. Understand? That's another whole explanation. But we should stop now. So, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Sat Sampradaya ki jai, Ananta Koda Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. And we just finished page 285, and we were hearing about the Sampradayas. And the last question, Brajanath says, are the names of all the acharyas in the Sampradayas available in order of succession? It's very important. We have to have confirmation of the authenticity of all these truths. If he's just saying, oh yes, Sampradaya, but there's no concise account of all the people in the Sampradaya, who are they all? If we just say casually, oh, the Sampradaya, but who are the living entities that make up the Sampradayas? We have to have that authenticity so that we'll have faith. It's like so many times in the Bhagavatam, there's these chapters of long dynasties. This one was born from this and had 3 sons and these sons and these sons, and goes on and on and on. And personally, I find it nectar to hear all that. It gives great confidence in the fidelity of what Shukadev Goswami is presenting. There's nothing like left to check. Every single person in the line of kings is mentioned, just like the Parampara, coming from Swayambhuva Manu, from his son Likshvaku, and all the way down through the Sun dynasty and through the Moon dynasties. And all these persons, who are they? We can't just say, oh yes, they're all in line, but actually who they are. Shukadev Goswami gives it person by person, and how many children each had. I mean, it's so comforting. It's so warm to the heart to have this clear understanding of our connection. There's no gaps. There's no gaps at all. So like this, he's asking, what are the names in the Sampradaya? And then Babaji answers, only the names of those most prominent acharyas who have appeared from time to time are mentioned. So if you wanted all the names, you would find them. They're all there in the Shastra, but these are just some of the names. For brevity's sake, for briefness, we'll just chant these. Brajanath, I would like to hear the Guru Parampara of the Brahma Sampradaya. This is our Sampradaya. So we know that Mahaprabhu, he chose this Brahma, Madhva, Gaudiya Sampradaya because it was the most prominent at the time. And Mahaprabhu had his mission to fulfill, and he wanted the most prominent Sampradaya in order to do that. So this Brahma, Madhva, Gaudiya Sampradaya, this is the most prominent. So he chose that Sampradaya. Listen, Babaji says, Paravayomeshwaras yaschik chisyo Brahma Jagat Pati tasya shishyo narado bud vyasas tasyapa shishyatam. Brahma, the master of the universe, is the disciple of Parameshwara Sri Narayan, and Naraji became the disciple of Brahma. Vyasadeva became the disciple of Naraji. Shuko Vyasa sorry, my Sanskrit isn't. Vyasyasya Shishyatvam Prapto Jnana Varod Hanat. Vasal Lavdo Krishna Diksho Madhavacharyo Mahayasha. Sri Shukadev became the disciple of Sri Vyasadeva in order to check the spread of impersonal Gyan. The celebrated Madhavacharya, who received Krishna Diksha from Sri Vyasadeva, also received Krishna Diksha from Sri Vyasadeva. Narahari became the twice-born Shishya of Madhavacharya. Tasya Shishyo Naras Chak Chishyo Madhavo Dvija Akshobhyas Tasyo Shishyo Bhuttak Chisyo Jayatirtaka. Madhava Dvija became the disciple of Narahari. Akshobhya was Madhava Dvija's disciple and accepted Jayatirtha as his disciple. Tasya Shishyo Jnanasindhus Tasya Shishyo Mahanidhi Vidyanadis Tasya Shishyo Rajendras Tasyo Sevakaha. Jnanasindhu became the disciple of Jayatirtha. Mahanidhi became Jnanasindhu's disciple and accepted Vidyanidhi as his disciple, and Rajendra became the disciple of Vidyanidhi. Jaiva Dharma Munis Tasya Shishyo Yad Guna Madhyata Srimad Vishnupuri Yastu Bhakti Ratnavali Kriti. Jaiva Dharma Muni became the disciple of Rajendra, and one of his followers named Sri Vishnupuri, who composed Bhakti Ratnavali, was a prominent acharya. Jaiva Dharmasya Shishyo Budbramanyo Purushottamaha Vyastirtas Tasya Shishyo Yaschakre Vishnu Samhitam. Jayadharma's disciple was Brahmanya Purushottam, who in turn accepted Vyasatirtha, the author of Vishnu Samhita, as his disciple. Srimad Lakshmi Patistasya Shishyo Bhakti Raso Raya Tasya Shishyo Madhavendro Yad Dharmo Yam Pravartitaha. Sri Lakshmipati became the disciple of Vyasatirtha and Madhavendra Puri, who was the epitome of Bhakti Ras. Who was the epitome of Bhakti Ras and who propagated Bhakti Dharma, was the disciple of Lakshmipati. Brajanath. In the first shloka of Das Mula, the Vedas are accepted as the sole evidence, Praman. Praman, whereas the other Pramans, such as Pratyaksha, direct perception, are accepted as evidence only when they follow the Vedas. However, philosophies such as Nyaya and Sankhya have accepted further types of evidence. So now we're discussing the Praman. What is the evidence? This is necessary in this chapter to establish the evidence, because we're going to build on this evidence the other 9 Prameyas. So it's very important points that are coming up, and Rajanath is very astute scholar, as it's already been described. So he has to question this authenticity again, the nature of this praman. There are these pramans like pratyaksha, which are actually in the material realm. They're not transcendental. It's like what you see. If you accept that as evidence, that is not sufficient to be shabda Brahm. That's not sufficient to be accepted as transcendental. It's just by our material perception. So this is what's going to be explained. Whereas the other pramans, such as pratyaksha, direct perception, are accepted as evidence only when they follow the Vedas. So Brajanath is saying like this. However, philosophies such as Nyaya and Sankhya have accepted further types of evidence. Well-versed readers of the Puranas have accepted 8 types of praman. Pratyaksha, direct perception. Anuman, inference based on generalized experience. These meanings are going to be opened out in the next couple of paragraphs. They'll be more unpacked to some degree. And if you have questions about them, you can ask. It's very simple. Actually, Bhaktivinoda Thakur doesn't linger in this area of these material ways of acquiring knowledge, because it's only nimitic. It's not going to the transcendental. So he's just coming through it. But Brajanath is the one who's speaking now, not Babaji.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Pratyaksha, direct perception. Anuman, inference based on generalized experience. Upaman, analogy. Shabda, revealed knowledge. Atihya, traditional instruction. Arthapati, inference from circumstances. Sambhav, speculation. And anupalabdhi, understanding something by its non-perception. If the sun isn't here, then we can understand something of when the sun is there. If it's nighttime and there's no, etc. You can understand. It's quite simple. Why are there so many opinions regarding Praman? And if direct perception and inference based on experience are not counted among the perfect Pramans, how is it possible to get real understanding? Kindly enlighten me. Rajanath is thinking that direct perception must be there. And to infer something based on experience, this is what we are like in the conditioned state, because this happened at a certain time, or we experience something like this, we're expecting it to happen again. But that may not be the situation. That may not be the truth. It's not giving you the actual transcendental reality. It's only giving you a little bit of it. So this is all part of the foundation of the Praman, which is what we're discussing. Babaji, Pratyaksha and other types of evidence depend on the senses. But since the senses of the conditioned jiva are always subject to Brahm, illusion, pramad, error, vipralipsa, cheating, and karanapatava, imperfection of the senses, how can knowledge acquired through the senses be factual and faultless? We know it's described in Srimad Bhagavatam in the 3rd canto, 12th chapter, verse 2. 12th chapter, verse 2 of the 3rd canto. It's described these 5 nascent engagements that Lord Brahma, he places as a covering over the jiva at the time of our conception in this world. One of them is fear of death. Another is imperfect senses, which is described here. Another is the nature to consider that I am the owner of various acquisitions in this world, false ownership. Another is anger after frustration. It's already placed like a sanskar across the jiva's consciousness by Lord Brahma. And another one is not understanding that this world is illusory. We take this world as a reality. So I'm bewildered in this world. So these 5 nascent engagements is what they're called, are very similar to these 4 that I've been described here. They're like a covering over the jiva. And these are going to be unpacked in the next paragraph. So this Brahm, illusion, pramad, error, vipralipsa, cheating, and karanapatava, imperfection of the senses. How can knowledge acquired through the senses be factual and faultless? How can it be true if the senses have these faults in them? The fully independent possessor of all potencies, Sri Bhagavan himself, personally manifested as perfect Vedic knowledge within the, is that right? Personally manifested as perfect Vedic knowledge within the pure hearts of great Maharishis and saintly Acharyas who were situated in full samadhi. I didn't read that right. The fully independent possessor of all potency, Sri Bhagavan himself, personally manifested as perfect Vedic knowledge within, there should have been a comma there, within the pure hearts of great Maharishis and saintly Acharyas who were situated in full samadhi. So that perfect knowledge is coming from the Lord. It's not coming from a conditioned place. It's directly transcendental because it's coming from Krishna. Directly this knowledge is being planted within the heart. Therefore, the Vedas, which are the embodiment of Swata Shita Gyan, self-manifest pure knowledge. This self-manifest pure knowledge, this knowledge is residing in the heart. It's already there, but it needs to be opened out. It's there in potential. Are always faultless and fully dependable as evidence. So these Vedic scriptures coming from the hearts of the self-realized souls who have received that realization from direct connection with the Supreme Lord, what they say is perfect. What they say is Praman. What the Acharyas say is Praman because they are connected to transcendence. We talk about all these different literatures like the Srimad Bhagavatam, like Bhagavad Gita, like this Jaiva Dharma. It's described as apurushaya. Purush means man, and aparush means not written by man. How can you have such a transcendental granta, book, treatise, literature that has all transcendental truths in it if it's written by man? How's it possible? We have so many philosophers in the world, right? But they're not connecting with transcendence. All these different philosophers. Who? Carl Jung? Tell me some. And yes, tell me. We know there's so many, but tell me, you got them on the tip of your tongue. Who? David Hume. Okay. And what is his name? Sophocles and Aristotle. Plato, yes. Right back into history. We have so many philosophers. But unless they've connected with someone who is already in transcendental knowledge, their knowledge is only going to be based on their material perceptions. It's not going to be based on transcendence. So therefore, it's ultimately completely without value for the aspiring transcendentalist. It has no value whatsoever.
This is called a shruti, you say?
Yes, we'll discuss that. Pure knowledge are always faultless and fully dependable as evidence. The Acharyas' wisdom from their core of their realized hearts, like we quote, for example, many times from Srila Bhakti Rakshak Srila Maharaj. We'll quote from Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. We'll quote from my Gurudev. We'll quote from Bhaktivinoda Thakur. We'll quote from all these Acharyas as they are giving us the Praman. Their words are as Praman because we understand their hearts have been infused with this transcendental current from the Lord through their connection in bhakti to the Lord. Brajanath, please help me to understand clearly each of the terms Brahm, Pramad, Vipralipsa, and Karnapatava. So, just for your information, we should mark this somewhere in our notebook, that these 4 defects of man are going to be described in the 13th chapter and the place where they are. It's very helpful to reference them. I've often described that in the back of my book, for example, I have many notes on the different pages to where these different truths are particularly described. It's very helpful when you yourselves are teaching Jaiva Dharma. And we hope that everyone will teach Jaiva Dharma in the world, because that's how we will learn Jaiva Dharma ourselves. So, Babaji, Brahm is illusion, is the Bada Jiva's false impression of reality resulting from faulty knowledge gathered through imperfect senses. For example, in the desert, the rays of the sun sometimes produce a mirage, which creates the impression of water. So you're seeing water in the desert, but it's not a truth. It's an illusion. So similarly, we can perceive something, but it's not actually the truth. You might look at a mountain and you might think that the cloud is covering a mountain, but actually there's a fire on the mountain. The smoke is causing the to look like a cloud. So you can't make the assessment by just direct experience. Understand? This is what it's saying. We're establishing what is Praman here. It's very important to understand what is Praman. And then we can have full faith in the Shastra when we understand what is Praman deeply, where the Praman is coming from. This fault of making errors and mistakes is called pramad, since the material intelligence of the Bada Jiva is by nature limited. Mistakes are inevitably present in whatever Siddhanta his limited intelligence discerns in relation to the unlimited Paratattva. So whatever we discern, we can be walking in the right direction if we've been influenced by Shabda Brahman. But if we're not realized in that, we're still going to be subject to the defects. But if we're walking in the right direction, then we can be inspired and infused by that pure knowledge, though that can come down through Guru. Guru will inspire our hearts with that pure clarity of vision. You understand? He will give us that vision if we are sincerely wanting that, if that is our desire. Vipralipsa is the cheating propensity. This is manifest when one whose intelligence is limited by time and space is suspicious and reluctant to believe in the activities and authority of Ishvara, who is far beyond time and space. Because we don't believe fully and we haven't seen him and we haven't connected with him, then we might tend to speculate and make all kinds of adjustments in our minds to presume something, but it may not be a fact. Again, this is why we must depend on the amnaya, on the praman that is given in the pure shastras. We must depend on this. Our senses are imperfect and ineffective, and this is known as karanapatava. Because of this, we cannot avoid making mistakes in everyday circumstances. For example, when we see an object suddenly, we may mistake it for something else and draw faulty conclusions. Okay? It's very clear. It's clear? Rajanath, do pratyaksha and other pramans have no value at all as evidence? That means, does seeing something, experiencing something, does that have no evidence? Does that have no substance in my concluding a topic? Babaji, this means, what means do we have to gain knowledge of this material sphere except through direct perception and other pramans, as he's mentioned? Nevertheless, they can never give knowledge about the spiritual world, Chit Jagat, for they cannot enter into it. Doesn't matter how brilliant you are in any form, you can't crack into that transcendental realm by your own material prowess, ever and ever. You may achieve liberation from matter in the sense that you're not suffering anymore, and you may manifest into, you may go into that Brahman place, but nevertheless, there's no sambandha. You haven't actually woke up the reality of transcendence. It's just like a halfway house, so to speak. It's not even a halfway house. You actually cook the soul. You can't move from there. What means do we have to gain knowledge of this material sphere except through direct perception and other pramans? He's agreeing with Brajanath. Nonetheless, they can never give knowledge about the spiritual world, Chit Jagat, for they cannot enter into it. That is why the Vedas are certainly the one and only praman for gaining knowledge about the Chit Jagat. The evidence gained from pratyaksha and other pramans is only worth considering when it follows the guidance of the self-evident Vedic knowledge. If it's in line with the Vedic knowledge, then it can be useful. Otherwise, its evidence can be discarded. That is why the self-evident Vedas are the only evidence. Self-evident Vedas are the only evidence. If we can really take this conclusion into our hearts, it'll save us a lot of study of various material aspects. Really it will. If we just begin to accept totally what Shastra is saying. That means not accepting what I think about something, or I have inferred or speculated about something, but everything should be very much supported by the evidence from Shastra. If ever you listen to Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada's recordings, he's just quoting again and again and again and again and again, all the way through. Everything he is quoting, he's fully supporting everything he's saying. This is Acharya. My Gurudev was the same, constantly just quoting Shastra. We also try to quote as much Shastra as possible. This is the purpose to quoting Shastra, to support our conclusions. That is why the self-evident Vedas are the only evidence. Pratyaksha and other pramans can also be accepted as evidence, but only if they are in pursuance of the Vedas. Brajanath, are literatures such as the Gita and the Bhagavatam not counted as pramans? Babaji, the Bhagavad Gita is called an Upanishad, Gita Upanishad, because it is the Vani instruction of Bhagavan. Hence, the Gita is Veda. Similarly, Dashmula Tattva is also Bhagavat Vani, because it is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instructions. So it is also Veda. You see, this Dasmula is the distillation of all of Mahaprabhu's instructions. This is why this Dasmula is so ecstatic. It's the complete essence of Mahaprabhu's instructions. Srimad Bhagavatam is the crest jewel of all the pramans because it is the compilation of the essence of the meaning of the Vedas. Sri Vyasadeva, it's described, it's like the this Amala Purana, the cream of all the Puranas, is in the embodiment, or the cream of Vedanta Sutra is in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The very essence of all that Vyasadeva compiled is held within the Srimad Bhagavatam. Because what is the Bhakti Sar of the Bhagavatam? Is the 10th canto, is the Leela, the pastimes of the Lord. That is why that if the 10th canto wasn't there, then it wouldn't have that same potency at all. But because the Leela is described, the beautiful form of the Lord is described, then it is that Amala Purana, because of this reason. The instructions of different Shastras are authoritative evidence only as long as they follow the Vedic knowledge. There are 3 types of Tantra Shastras: Sattvic, Rajasic, and Tamasic. Of these, the Pancharatra and so on are in the Sattvika group, and they are accepted as evidence because they expand the confidential meaning of the Veda. So the Pancharatra, this is in the Sattvic group. Brajanath, there are many books in the Vedic line. Which of these may be accepted as evidence and which may not? So now we're having a very in-depth examination of which shastras can we accept as fully supportive of the Vedic, and which other ones are like secondary. Babaji, in the course of time, unscrupulous, untruthful personalities have interpolated. That means they have they have put their own desires amongst the language there, interpolated. They have put their own ideas to fulfill their own ends, have interpolated many chapters, mandalas, sections, and divisions, and mantras into the Vedas in order to fulfill various self-interests. These parts that are added at a later time are called prakshipta, interpolated parts. It is not that we should accept any and every Vedic text as reliable evidence. Those Vedic granthas, sacred books, that the acharyas in the Sat Sampradayas, the 5 Sampradayas, the perfect Sampradayas, have accepted as evidence are definitely Veda and are authoritative evidence. But we should reject literature or parts of literature that they have not recognized. If they don't recognize it, if the Sampradayas don't recognize a certain Shastra, then we also should not give it credence. We should not accept it. Don't go hunting for some book that isn't properly connected in our Sampradaya, that is supported. We have our acharyas in our mission of Mahaprabhu. If some particular Shastra is not supported by Rupa Goswami, for example, if it's not supported by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, and in recent times, if it's not supported by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, then we shouldn't put a lot of trust in that.
Can you give example what Shastra that could be?
He's going to.
Oh, okay.
Many times I have questions also, and then the next paragraph is answered. Brajanath, which Vedic granthas have the acharyas of the Sat Sampradayas accepted? Right? This is your answer. Babaji, Isha, Kena, Katha, Prasna, Mundaka, Mandukya, Aitreya, Chandogya, Brihat Aranyaka, Svetasvatara. These 11 Sattvika Upanishads are accepted, and so are Gopal Upanishad, Nrsinga Tapani, and some other Tapanis that are helpful in worship. The acharyas have also accepted Brahmanas and Mandalas as Vedic literatures, as long as they expand the Vedas following the guidance of the Rig, Sama, Yajna, and Atharva. So Brahmanas means those elevated souls who are practicing very carefully the Brahminical path, what they support and what they have said in their writings, the different rishis, the different sadhus in history, etc. Then like we have Valmiki, for example, who has given us the Ramayana. We have Tulsidas, he's given us the Ramcharitmanas, these personalities. These are great brahmanas, and they can be supported, they can be given credence in their writings. We receive all the Vedic literatures from the acharyas in the Sat Sampradayas, so we can accept them as evidence from a bona fide source. We have to be very careful, especially today. Especially today. There are so many fake everything, fake gurus, fake sadhus. You know, it's the age of fakery, charlatans. We must be very cautious, and this is giving us a very clear foundation, a very clear picture.
But why they are then accepted the Shastras?
Huh?
Why they are accepted the Shastras?
Who's accepting them as Shastra? These are accepted as Shastra. These are accepted because they're bona fide. He's explaining what is bona fide Shastra and what is not bona fide Shastra. We don't accept unbona fide Shastra.
I'm asking why they then put Shastra at all, non-bona fide Shastra. Bona fide and non-bona fide, you said, right?
Well, they wouldn't. If something, for example, he will give this example here, like in the Gaga Samhita, for example, is not considered a sattvic Shastra. It'll be described. Just wait a minute. Your question will be described here. Brajanath, is there any evidence in the Veda to show that logic cannot enter into transcendental subject matter? It's a good question. Babaji, there are many famous statements in the Vedas, such as Nyaisha Tarkena Matir Apanyaya. O Nachiketa, whatever intelligence you have gained regarding Atma Tattva should not be destroyed by logic, Tarka. Katha Upanishad 129, and the statements from Vedanta Sutra, such as Tarka Pratishtanat, arguments based on logic, have no foundation and cannot be used to establish any conclusions about the conscious reality, because a fact that someone establishes by logic and argument today can be refuted tomorrow by someone who is more intelligent and qualified. Therefore, the process of argumentation is said to be unfounded and baseless. The question was about logic and argument. And he's saying if you accept one thing today, another person later on will defeat that. So logic and argument is not the path that we are traveling. Brahma Sutra 2.1.11. Furthermore, it is stated, Achintya kalo ye bhava, na tama tarekena yojyate. Prakriti bhya param yakcha tad achintyasya lakshanam. This is from the Mahabharata, Bhishma Parva 5.12. All transcendental tattvas are beyond material nature and are therefore inconceivable. We can't understand them with logic or rationality. Dry arguments are within the jurisdiction of material nature. They can only be applied in mundane subject matters. They cannot even come close to transcendental tattvas. What to speak of grasping them? As far as inconceivable conceptions are concerned, the application of dry arguments is undesirable and useless. This is to discourage those speculators who want to propagate their own brand of philosophy and without the substance of the Vedic support, just to create some platform for their own verbosity or their own glory in some way or other. This is what's prompting all these apasiddhantas. They all come from the false ego, wanting to be more prominent. It's actually coming from an envious place. It's not, the person isn't sufficiently humble to accept the reality of the transcendental chain of displic succession, which is giving us this knowledge. Humility must be there. This shloka of the Mahabharata establishes the limits of knowledge, and Srila Rupa Goswami, the Acharya of Bhakti Marg, has therefore written in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Eastern Division 1132, Swalpapi ruchir eva syat bhakti tattva vabodhika yuktis tu kevala naiva yad asya apratishtata. One can comprehend bhakti tattva when one has gained even a little taste for shastras that establish bhakti tattva, such as Srimad Bhagavatam. However, one cannot understand this bhakti tattva by dry logic alone, because logic has no basis and there is no end to arguments. So always try to substantiate any understanding we may have from Shastra directly itself. Try to, if you're having some experience in the spiritual realm, then you must have a Shastric support for that. Otherwise, it'll just be a speculative state of mind. It's very important indeed to appreciate the depth of what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving here. He's telling us conclusive. This comes right on the back of our discussion about yesterday with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. This is what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was establishing. He was establishing the Shastric authority in all his teachings and dealings, and encouraging us or his disciples to do the same. Nothing genuine can be ascertained by logic and argument, as this ancient statement proves. Yatneno padito pi artha kushalai anumanatribi abhiyuktaner anyai anyataivo padyate. Any logician can clearly establish any subject matter using arguments, but someone who is more expert in argument can easily refute him. You use logic to establish one Siddhanta today, but a more intelligent and qualified logician will be able to refute it tomorrow. So why should you rely on logic? Saying again and again, because Brajanath, of course, is a logician. But many of us are logicians. We need to have this fault purified. Brajanath, Babaji, I have fully understand that the Veda, which is to say knowledge that is swata siddha, self-evident, is Praman. Some logicians argue against the Vedas, but their efforts are fruitless. Now please be merciful and explain the second shlok of Dasmul Tattva. So this swata siddha, this self-evident means you will get a direct. Lord Brahma says, Raja Vidya Rajaguyam Pavitram Itamutamam Pratyakshavagam. This Pratyakshavagam means by direct perception, you will perceive the splendor of this bhakti, by direct perception. So it seems like everyone's packing up here, so I'll follow suit. And also, we'll stop here. And we'll read the second Dasmula tomorrow. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai. Try to appreciate the purport of what we studied and study it yourselves individually and realize the paramount importance of knowing what is bona fide and what is not bona fide praman. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai. Ananta Koda Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Gauda Premanande Hari Hari Bol. So yesterday it was very dense, and we went into the Amnaya Praha Tattvam. That was the first 3 words of the Dasmula Shloka. And now we're coming to page 291. And we, Yes, we're going to come to there, but first of all, 291, just to recap, refresh. So this is refreshing. Refresh. It's saying again and again that nothing by logic and argument can actually reach transcendence. That was the main theme, that you have to be connected with Shastra, because this whole theme yesterday was all about connecting with Shastra. There has to be that Praman. If that Praman is empty, then we are not going to be strong. There's no platform for us. And I gave the example of Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. When we listen to his lectures today, every 3rd or 4th sentence that he's saying is a verse, is a shloka. He's building like a massive, strong platform for us to stand on. He knows we need that platform of Shastra. So he's very, very merciful. All the acharyas do that. All the acharyas are mercifully quoting and supporting everything they're saying with Shastra. So now we've come to page 292, which is the second Dasmula shloka. So Babaji is quoting Haristvekam tattvam yad evadam brahma prakriti rahitam tattva tatnu maha paratnaka savai radha kanto kantishchid udaya. Sri Hari, Brahma, Shiva, Indra, and the other devatas continuously offer pranam. It is the only supreme. Cut off, beautiful. Nirvishesh Brahm, that is devoid of Shakti. Shakti. There's no Shakti in the Brahman. There's Chit, which is knowledge. These are the two qualities that make up Krishna's effulgence, make up the Brahman. But there's no quality. These we're going to discuss today. Chit and Vairagya are described as attributes of a personal, of someone's characteristic. They're not direct or beauty. You have to have someone who's beautiful. You have to have someone who's opulent. What's the other one? You have to have someone who's powerful. Yes, all strength. You have to have but for knowledge and Vairagya, you can get knowledge in a library. Vairagya is a negative attribute. So it's not personal. Understand this deep. Yeah, it's all shantaras. Bliss, man. That's what it's like. It's all shanti, shanti, shanti. No waves, nothing. No relation. It's all one. Exactly. Exactly. Very good. Yeah. Of the Brahman, it's all one.
The beautiful thing about that, you said once, is that our desire to go there is because we came from there.
Yes, that's unity in this birth and many, many other relationships with Vaishnavas, particularly Guru. And on the back of the relationship with Guru, we can go forward in our relationship with Krishna. So Nirvishesh Brahm, that is devoid of Shakti, is Sri Hari's bodily who has entered into it as the indwelling super his partial manifestation, entity, in a sense, that where is Paramatma when, again, Krishna breathes in all the worlds, where is the activity for Paramatma to perform? What activities does he perform? There's activities, because all the Jiva souls have, because it's an eternal part of Krishna, ultimately, but it's not active. So it slides into another consideration, so to speak, but it's not active.
Can the Paramatma
Huh? Can the Paramatma guide one?
to Bhakti?
Of course, but ever direct you Paramatma, another name for Paramatma is Antaryami, witness. It's just witnessing all the time. But if you turn towards Paramatma, like turning to Nirvishesh Brahm, actually, because Paramatma realized similar to this Nirvishesh Brahm. Realization means that I see Paramatma in every single soul. Because in some of Prabhupada's purports in the Chaitanya, truly understand, it seems to imply that people who have read Prabhupada's Chaitanya Charitamrita, and they have, but we've just explained, if you have Brahman realization, you don't dare to go anywhere else because you're feeling completely apmaram and aptakam. Paramatma, also you won't have a desire to go anywhere else. You won't go beyond conception of just different in their relationship to Krishna. And that Paramatma, he was standing in a doorway, I remember. He jumped vigorously, grabbed my shoulders, and shouted really loudly, "Never!" Perhaps he was afraid I was in that direction, but there's no personal relationship there. Again, it's a cop-out. Again, it's a sidestep from accepting the reality of my personal, very, very personal relationship. That's something so unique and precious that we're in my very personal relationship with the Lord, with Bhagavan. We'll discuss all this in the all going to come up, huh?
Which you told me before, which is Nitya and which are Naimitika?
Mahavishnu is manifesting from Lord Narayan. So Mahavishnu, we can say, is Nitya.
You said Sankashana.
Manifestation from Baladev. Then there is Mul manifests the quadruple expansion. Then there's the second quadruple expansion. Vasudeva, Adumna, and Sankarshan. And from there comes Lord Narayan. Sankarshan, same, like that. Understand? We'll get it. We'll get it. Let me carry on. Because you're... Go there. Mahavishnu, who has created the universe and who has entered into it as the indwelling super, is simply his partial manifestation. But don't think anything negative about Paramatma for a single moment. Paramatma, all honor and respect, but my path is not only to connect with that potency. Bhagavan. So don't start in just ignore Paramatma or something of that nature. No, but we're not going that route. We're not looking for Paramatma realization. We have to think about these things. Okay. It is transcendental reality, Chitswarup, whose complexion is the color of a come from Mahavishnu. We've come through Paramatma. Now we're a personality. What's he look like? He looks like a dark thundercloud. It's so beautiful to consider. You know, all of a sudden, he has this complexion. Sri Radha Balaba. That means the lover of Sri Radha. The beloved of Sri Radha. Sentence, immediately everything clicks into place. You come through these stages. It's an incredible dasmula. See the sequence that he's moving through. He into the Paramatma, which is practically like an impersonal. If you start considering Krishna like a fresh monsoon cloud, we've seen these rain clouds here in the monsoon, how they are so almost blackish blue sometimes, especially here in Navadvip Dham. The clouds, they descend in the monsoon time. It's very to see these, especially during the heat, because it's the summer heat. And it's like every room is air-kish hue. That's the color of Krishna. Sure, you look next time you see these dark. I know in Vrindavan it rained last night very significantly. So there must have been heavy clouds of this nature. Look forward to the rainy season and to appreciating the color of Krishna. We connect with his personality. Always we're looking to connect with the personal, not the impersonal conception of my peace, my shanti. I think it's reconnecting now. Okay, so he has very kindly, instead of Brahm, the other Vedic scriptures, it all. Huh? Yes. It Brahma has a capital B and it has a long A on the end. It has a line, hat on the end, or the Brahmand. Okay? Yes, everything. It has different, depending on how different meanings. Just to complicate it for you. Brahm, which is transcendental to affliction, affiliation. Thank you, Gopi. Keep me on the ball. A long day. Affiliation with matter. To be the argument or evidence has Sri Gaurahari used to establish Brahm as Sri Hari's bodily effulgence. Is certainly Bhagavan, whose true nature has been ascertained in the Vishnu Purana. So now we're going to hear very personal nature. Aishvar Yasya Samagrasya Viryasya Yashya Sriha Jnana Vairagyosh Chaiva Itin Gana. Bhagavan with 6 inconceivable, these are inconceivable qualities: complete opulence, strength, fame, beauty is anga, and limbs is anga. So the body and the limb, you have the body of a tree, the trunk of a tree, and he has limbs, the angi. The body is the angi, and the limb, the angi, the body, which the angas, limbs, are included. Okay? For example, a tree is an angi, and the leaves and branches are the angas. The body is angi, are its angas. Therefore, the principal angi guna, guna means quality, represents the body. The other qualities, anga, angi guna of Bhagavan's transcendental form is his resplendent beauty. That is the beauty is Krishna's most powerful. The deepest impression you would have is his. That's the first impression. What does the name Krishna mean? It means is the beauty. And this is what we appreciate by hearing the gopis' pastimes. Krishna's beauty are his limbs. Okay? Knowledge, gyan. Okay, the relationship between these 6 characteristics, a bit characteristic. This knowledge and vairagya. And these 2 qualities make up the effulgence of Krishna, which means the Brahma, which is what we've already talked about today. There's no knowledge and I've said this before, knowledge you can find in a library. Knowledge, relationship, and renunciation quality. It doesn't constitute. What relationship can you have in the realm on the characteristic of renunciation? Got it? It's very simple. I've got a map here I'm going to show you in a minute. Thus, Gyan and Gyan, right? Gyan. Because there's no Shakti. We've just heard in the verse, there's no Shakti in the Brahmajyoti. So if there's no Shakti, there's no direct characteristic. And most people, unfortunately, want to go back to. It's a tragedy.
Nirvikara Jnana, if you break it
Gyan.
would be
Gyan.
Nirvikara would be like the knowledge of non-activity.
Absolutely. Nirvi means
negation,
yes, and kara means to do.
action.
No action. Nirvikara action. That's the etymology. Kara comes from activity in that place. Why should there be activity when you're feeling fully satisfied? To the personalist. But the impersonalist, he thinks that's great.
We are ahankara. I
Nothing to do.
wow.
Bodily effulgence of the spiritual world. The changeless, inactive, which exists without body, limbs, and so on, is a complete tattva. Okay? Transcendental form of Bhagavan. It's not independent, like Shakti is an independent tattva. Well, not independent, depends on Krishna, but it has potency. No potency. So in Krishna's bodily effulgence, there's no potency. Or supreme vastu, entity, that exists in its own right. It is a quality of the vastu. It is a quality of the vastu. Like beauty in its own right. Fame have someone who's opulent. Right? You have with those other four qualities. But with the Jnana and Vairagya, you don't have to have a person. Brahm is therefore.
I've asked you before, but why is it fame?
It is. You accept.
To come from?
You accept.
Just accept.
Why is it fame? Like, why is the sky blue? Why are we here? Why is it? It is fame because Krishna. It's natural. You can't just say why fame. You think of the right thinking. Why fame? Like, why strength? Why beauty? Why? It is the effulgence of fame. Fame has an effulgence. Strength doesn't have the same, or someone you consider walking in the street, there would be, huge fanfare, etc. It would create an has an aura. Explanation, please submit it. He's asking the question why fame has the I'm going to carry on. Brahm is therefore not a supreme vastu that exists in its own right. It is a quality of the vastu. Quality. Just as the light an independent tattva, but only a quality that depends on the fire, the flame. And from the fire is coming heat. The heat is totally dependent on the fire. And the doesn't have any independence whatsoever. There's no substance to the. There is substance to heat. Heat you can utilize for cooking. Heat you can utilize for all kinds of things, right? The heat from the light will give you vision. Perhaps this is where the is coming in, because the light will give you vision. Anyway, dependent on fire. You have to divide the fire into three. You have the fire itself, flame, which actually doesn't have any potency itself. Its potency emits in the form of the separated from the fire at the same time, but they still can never be. And then the light of the fire. The impersonal qualities of Brahm are described in many places in the Vedas, and at the end of these descriptions, the mantra Om Shanti Shanti Hari Om is the supreme truth, Sri Hari. Who is this? The map that we'll post on our WhatsApp thread, and it's got the tree as the Angas. Is that line that's just suddenly come in? Oh. And then there's the three Angas of fame, strength, and opulence. And then there's the effulgence of fame. which is Gyan. Anyway, you can check it out, pass it around. It explains exactly what Bhaktivinoda Thakur said here. So he's asking the question about Om Shanti Shanti Hariam, and who is this Sri Hari? Babaji, Sri Hari is in fact Chit, the combined form of Radha and Krishna who perform divine pastimes. As soon as we hear about Radha and Krishna, it becomes exhilarating. We're going to hear it clearly. Babaji, Aishwarya and Virya, which is created by Shakti, by the way. These qualities are manifested by his Anksa, his partial manifestations, Mahavishnu, Garbhodakshay Vishnu, Kshiroda Vishnu. They're all Vishnu manifestations. Means that original part of Bhagavan always remains complete. None of them are like the example of the moon. The moon we sometimes say is a full moon or a quarter moon, or see it's always full moon. It's only that the light is of it that gives us the impression that it's only half a moon. But the moon is all. Similarly, all these manifestations are always full of Krishna. All the avatars are completely full of Krishna, but they don't manifest fully as Vrajendranandan. Like Nrsimhadev, for example, has his planets in the Vaikuntha region, and they all demonstrate they manifest in this earthly plane. But they all are essentially full and complete within themselves. But they're only demonstrating like a quarter moon or a half moon. They're not demonstrating their full qualities. Understand? Purnam ada purnam idam purnat purnam udachate. Purnasya te. I was thinking of that verse, and then there it is. Vihat aranyaka and Shri Isopanishad invocation. This is the most. His disciples learned this verse right in the early days. They would all chant this verse. And we have that beautiful George Harrison song singing this song. The avatari Purush, all avatars, is complete and perfect because he is from him are also complete. It's not like the material manifests, like if you take a stone from a mountain, the mountain has become deficient in that particular stone. But if you take anything from complete, he cannot become incomplete. These topics have to be meditated on, and we will have appreciation, a realization of these topics. We'll understand something in the intellect, but from that understanding, we of these topics day by day. All that emanates from the Supreme Complete, even if the complete is subtracted from the complete, it goes into the spiritual world. On this side,
Closer world. It's just another closer world.
there's the material world. It's the river dividing the two. There's the which extends between the Chit and the Mayic worlds. So from there, he glances over Maya, far away, and by his glance, the material world. That's extraordinary to consider. By Krishna's glance, this entire material manifestation is created. So can you imagine the glance directly of Lord Narayan? And then can you imagine the glance directly of Mathuresh Krishna or Dwarkadish Krishna? What is the potency of his glance? What is the potency of Brajendra Nandan's glance? If Mahavishnu can create this whole cosmos by his glance, then what about Brajendra Srimati Radhika's glance? Who controls that Brajendra Nandan Sham Sundar? We sing Radha Kripal Kataksha. Are we appreciating the depth of that glance that Sri Radhika is? Mayadakshena Prakriti Surya Charam. Oh, this isn't, I didn't. Glance of the material world is created. Bhagavan Shri Krishna has described the creation of the material world in Srimad Bhagavad Gita 9:10. Mayadakshena Prakriti Suryate Sach. Under my superintendence, my illusory energy creates the universe. Then it is said, Sa Aikshata, that Paramatma glanced. So we'll get into this Paramatma feature, the Shirodakshai feature, more tomorrow, on Monday rather. Tomorrow there's no class. It'll be described. It'll be very helpful for you all if you read ahead, if you read this fascinating portion yourself, and you'll get some appreciation. And then when we go through it together, it'll be much more comprehensive. The idea that we're trying to inspire here is for all of us to study Jaiva Dharma and get an appreciation of it and hear its remarkable truths, because it really is packed. It's our foundation. It's our platform. Shri Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Shri Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Okay, so we're up to page 294, and the last verse we read is Purnam Ada Purnam Idam, Purnat Purnam Udachyate. The Avatari Parush, the original origin of all avatars, is complete and perfect. Because he is completely perfect, all avatars emanating from him are also complete. All that emanates from the Supreme Complete is complete. Even if the complete is subtracted from the complete, he still remains complete. In no way does that Parameshwara experience any diminution. This is so reassuring to the materially orientated consciousness that here we are having a description of something that is totally, totally complete and can never become incomplete. It gives us great faith and assurance in the potency of the Supreme Lord. There's no anomaly. There's nothing missing. There's no defect in the personality of Godhead. That is my aspiration, to serve that personality. This is very reassuring in this world of fakery, in this world where everyone is mimicking from different impressions they're getting. They're not even real about their own identities. When we say this verse, Trinada pisu nichena, tarora pisu ishna, the blade of grass even, its dharma is to grow to the sun. That's its dharma, to grow to the sun and to take the nutrients from the soil. It knows its dharma. But in this world, many times the living entities don't even know their dharma. They don't have any idea. All they can think of is how to satisfy their material senses and become more and more and more and more entangled in this material conception, which is completely temporary and illusory, and it's just going to bewilder more and more and more and more. You cannot get out of it that way. Therefore, that complete whole, Sri Vishnu, who enters the universe and controls it, is certainly the indwelling supersoul, Paramatma. That Vishnu has three forms: Karanadakshay Vishnu, Shirodakshay Vishnu, and Garbhadakshay Vishnu. Karanadakshay Vishnu, who is a partial manifestation of Sri Bhagavan, situates himself in the causal ocean of the Viraja river, which extends between the Chit and the Mayic worlds. From there he glances over Maya, who is situated far away, and by this glance the material world is created. We know that glance is carried by Shambhu. Ramadevi, she is the embodiment, she is the Shakti of Karnadakshay Vishnu. So that glance is actually um, arranged by her. And that glance is carried into the Udara Shakti, it's called, the womb of Durgama, who's the wife of Lord Shiva. It's Shambhu who carries that glance into the Pradhan, which then manifests immediately as the Prakriti. And material time will agitate the three modes of material nature. And then the Mahatattva is manifested. All this happens like one instant explosion, basically. This is the pastime of the creation. And we hear about it repeatedly, or we should hear about it repeatedly, so that we can become very familiar and appreciate what is the origin of the conditioned souls in this world, where have we come from, etc. From there, he glances over Maya, who is situated far away, and by this glance, the material world is created. Bhagavan Shri Krishna has described the creation of the material world in Srimad Bhagavad Gita 9:10. Mayadakshena prakriti suryate sa characharam. Under my superintendence, my illusory energy creates the universe full of moving and non-moving beings. Everything is coming from Krishna. This is initially the platform that we have to develop our sambandha on when we realize fully that Krishna is that complete creator. Mataha paratram nanyet kishchid asti jananjaya mayi sarvam idam protam sutre manigana iva. Like pearls on a thread, everything is strung on a thread from the Lord. This appreciation, this realization should be continuously growing within our hearts. Shraddha is not something that we can say, oh yes, I have Shraddha, that's the end of it. Shraddha is a continuing evolution of realization. More and more, every moment by moment, our Shraddha should be increasing. And that will bring great satisfaction to the soul. If our Shraddha within to the transcendence. What's that? Shraddha Vishvasa? Shraddha Shabde Vishvasa Koi Sudrita Nishchoy. That great confidence will come with that faith when that faith becomes very deep. It's like having the confidence in a very protective father. You can walk in the world knowing that, like you see a dog on a leash, he can be very bold in front of a big dog because he's on the leash of his master. He's not afraid of anything, but you take the leash off and the dog will run away. So similarly, we are connected with the Lord. So we have nothing in this world to fear. What's that beautiful verse? Bhayam dvitiya binivyeshitam syat isat ubatasya vipareyo shmiti tanmaya tayo buddha ebechan bhaktyai keksham guru devatama. This material fear is only manifested through material absorption. Fear is manifested through material absorption. The more I am absorbed in the material world, the more fearful I'm going to become, like the demons. All the demons do is put out fear. They are the ones who are most afraid. They're always plotting, they're always scheming, and they're terrified of everything. The demons. The Vaishnavas are just chuckling. The Vaishnavas have no fear for anything because they know the Supreme Lord is the maintainer and creator and destroyer of everything, and I just depending on Him for all mercy. What do I have to fear from anything? Nothing. But those who don't have that paramatik shraddha, that deep faith, then they will be very distressed. If it's just lokik shraddha, that's not sufficient, this worldly faith. We must proceed, develop this way. Under my superintendence, my illusory energy creates the universe full of moving and non-moving beings. It's all directed by Krishna. Krishna, this is why the Bhagavad Gita is such an important treatise. The Bhagavad Gita is so important. This is why Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he preached on the back of this Bhagavad Gita to make the platform very, very strong. And then when that platform is solid and strong and its roots have become grounded, then to accept the palace of Ras on top of that platform is quite simple to actually do. But unless that platform is solid, we will become like Sahajiyas. We will become misdirected by the beauty and speciality of Mahaprabhu's path. Then it is said, Sa Aikshata, the Paramatma glanced. Aitreya Upanishad 111. Sa imal lokan asrajat. That Paramatma created the universe of moving and non-moving entities after glancing over his Maya. Sometimes the word Paramatma is being used for Mahavishnu. It's like interchangeable. Understand, try and go with it. Go with the language. It's not always black and white. We have to move with the language that is being presented. Mahavishnu is the manifester of the creator, so to speak, of the world, and Paramatma is going to enter into that. But Paramatma enters in as what? As Antaryami, as the witness. He never interferes with the individual's independence. He can't. The individual conditioned jiva is given this jewel. Bhaktivinoda Thakur talks about it in the 16th chapter in particular. It's a treasure, it's a jewel of independence. Because it's only by that independence can we actually love. If you didn't have independence, your love wouldn't be sincere. You have to be free to choose to become submissive to the Lord, to love the Lord. It has to be from your own decision. It can't be from anyone else. You can't. It's not like a baby. It's not like that. We have to make the decision in every way. Karnadakshay Vishnu's power of glancing, which enters Maya, becomes Garbhadakshay Vishnu. That's the first manifestation from Karnadakshay Vishnu. And the localized atoms in the rays of the transcendental glance of that Mahavishnu are the conditioned souls. And in the heart of every jiva, Ishvara is situated as a thumb-sized expansion of Kshirodakshay Vishnu, also known as Hiranyagarbha. Swetashvarta Upanishad 4.6 states, Dva Suparna Sayuja Sakyaha Sakaya. The jiva and Paramatma are in the heart of the jiva, like two birds on the branch of a tree. One of these birds is Ishvara, who awards the results of fruitive activity, and the other bird is the jiva, who is tasting the fruits of his actions. We've heard this example many, many times, the two birds in the tree. One bird is eating at the fruits, and the other bird is observing. He's not going to interfere. We can't have the impression that Krishna will do everything. I don't have to do anything. What's that? Like the kitten philosophy, just carried around by the mother. And it's not quite like the monkey philosophy either, where you've got to do all the work to hold on. It's both. We are holding on and we are dependent on the Lord simultaneously. It's a simultaneous relationship of holding on with my effort to develop a relationship at the same time as my dependence on Krishna's kripa. But I can't think that Krishna is just going to pull me out of any kind of difficulty that I'm going to put myself into, because I am an independent jiva. You understand? It's a very sensitive balance there. Sri Bhagavan has expressed this tattva as follows in the Gita Upanishad 10:41-42. Yad yad viputamat sattvam srimad urjitam evava tad tad eva gacha tvam mama tejo mrisha shambhavam kim natena tava juna vil stabhyayam yaham idam kritsnam ekam sena stito jagat. You should understand that all opulence, existence, splendor, and potency have come from a tiny part of my opulence. Therefore, Arjuna, what is the necessity of understanding all of my attributes separately? Simply understand that by an expansion of myself, I have created this entire creation, and I thereby pervade it fully. This is to substantiate that Krishna is that supreme personality of Godhead. This is what this aspect is doing. Putting the full appreciation. What's that? Amnaya Praha Tattvam Harim Iha Paramam. This is Harim Iha Paramam. Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. This is the first of the Prameyas. Remember what we're discussing. We're discussing the Dasmula. So in the Dasmula, the first of the Prameyas is Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. That's the first. And then Sarva Shaktiman, and then Raso Vaisa. So this is what we're establishing here, that Krishna is that supreme personality. This is establishing on the back of Shastra. But more than Shastra, we want to drink it into our hearts and have realization of this, have appreciation of this. What's the point of just being knowledgeable about these conceptions? But we want to go further and fully depend on the Lord for his mercy and take his shelter. Therefore, the attributes of God, such as being the creator and the maintainer of the universe, are manifested in Paramatma, the partial manifestation, Angsa Swarup, of Parama Purush Bhagavan. And I just want to read, because yesterday I was sharing how in my Gurudev's Bhagavad Gita, it's saying quite clearly that Paramatma is not eternal, because it's going to eventually go back into Garbhodakshay Vishnu, who will go back into Mahavishnu. So the conception of Paramatma is not eternal. So my Gurudev is saying, this is from chapter 7 in Bhagavad Gita, verse 4, in the commentary, in the Sa'artha Varshini Prakashika Vritti. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes Krishna as saying, knowledge of both my Swarup and my opulence is called Bhagavat Gyan. This is what we're discussing. We're discussing Bhagavat Gyan. It is described in this way: I, the supreme absolute reality, Sri Krishna, am always situated in my Swarup. And I possess all potencies, Shaktis, in full. Brahm is only a featureless, nirvishesh expression of my potency, we've discussed, and does not have a form. Brahm has no form. There's no Shakti in the Brahman, we've already discussed. The existence of this Brahm is based on the concept of negation of the created world, Vairagya and Gyan. These are the qualities within the Brahmajyoti, we can say. Paramatma is also a partial manifestation of my energy in this world. It's saying, we just read. In fact, Paramatma is specifically related to the temporary material world. There's no Paramatma across the Viraja river. There's no need for Paramatma because Krishna's in front of you. Why do you have to have Krishna in your heart? He's already in front of you as Lord Narayan, or as Mathuresh, or as Dwarkadish, or as Brajendranandan. There's no need for Paramatma there. So therefore, this Paramatma is only relative to this material world. So it's saying Paramatma is specifically related to the temporary material world and does not have an eternal Swarup. Appreciate this point. Appreciate this point. We're not going for Paramatma realization. That is not our goal at all. I told you before how my Gurudev had said so conclusively to me when I asked him about that. He grabbed my shoulders, shouted, never at me. This means that you want some type of mystical opulence if you want to go in that direction. It's almost like going for the Nirvishesh Brahm. It's an impersonal conception. Everyone has Paramatma in them. That's not our path. So we must be cautious. Paramatma can guide us, can influence us, but can never direct us explicitly. And if we get familiar with listening to Paramatma, we should beware also, because there are many other types of devas, bhutas, in the atmosphere that can also infiltrate the jiva, especially in this Kali Yuga. And all of a sudden you think that you're listening to Paramatma, but it's some bhuta talking in your ear. So be very cautious and careful. I spoke this to my Gurudev one time, and he said, whatever you hear, so to speak, that is in favor and supportive of your bhakti, then that you take. But if it's not in favor of bhakti, you just leave it. You just ignore it. Understand this reality. Bhutas are a reality, especially now. People dying in all kinds of different ways, overdoses on drugs and being killed violently, etc. Generally, or suicide in particular, when they suicide, that this will create many bhutas will come. So we have to beware of this environment that we live in and hold steadfastly to my utter faith in the Supreme.
Maharaj, excuse me. Maharaj, in Canada and many places now, there's medical assistance in dying, right?
Medical assistance, what?
Medical assistance in dying.
Yes.
Euthanasia.
Yes.
And now it's like in Canada, it's the second cause of death.
Yes.
I mean, this is creating
Yes.
more and more Bhuta.
Yes. So my friend here is saying that in Canada, they're having this medically assisted suicide, basically. So it's just confirmation that more and more people are thinking that this is the only option. But this is when the Bhutas actually come. This is Kali Yuga. We are in the darkest regions of Kali Yuga. We need this transcendental knowledge, this torchlight of knowledge so badly. Sometimes I don't think we fully appreciate how much we need this knowledge. Without this clarity, we'll be distracted and hijacked. We all have these cell phones, and all kinds of bombardment of energies are coming from them. Not all good. We have to be awake to the environment of Krishna, of pure transcendence, what it is. Karnadakshay Vishnu, Garbhadakshay Vishnu, Shiradakshay Vishnu. What is the line going to Narayan, to Vaikuntha? And what is beyond that? Without the Bhagavatam also. What's that? Krishna Swadharma Bhajite Dharma Janadi Visaha Kalona Sadri Shamisha Purana Kondanodita. This Bhagavad Purana is as brilliant as the sun and has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna for his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Men who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of this age shall get light from this Bhagavad Purana. Jaiva Dharma is the same. Hold it in the highest esteem. These words glorifying this Paramatattva. What did I say? Amnaya Praha Tattvam Iham Harim Iha. This first Prameya is what we're discussing. Therefore, the attributes of God, such as being the creator and maintainer of the universe, are manifested in Paramatma, the partial manifestation Anksa Swarup of Parama Purush Bhagavan. We just described all of that. Rajanath, I understand that Brahm is Sri Hari's bodily effulgence and that Paramatma is his part. However, what evidence is there that Bhagavan Sri Hari is Krishna himself? Okay, now we've gone from, is it Vedanti Tat Tattva Vidas Tattvam Yajnanam Advayam Brahmati Paramatmati Bhagavan Iti Shabdyate. These three conceptions of the Supreme. And now we've reached Bhagavan. We've gone through the Brahman, we've gone through Paramatma, and now we've come to Bhagavan. Appreciate the sequence that Bhaktivinoda Thakur was giving us. Babaji, Sri Krishna Bhagavan is eternally manifest in two features, one of Aishwarya, opulence and majesty, and the other of Madhurya, sweetness. This was never heard of prior to Mahaprabhu, practically. This teaching of sweetness was not really appreciated prior to Mahaprabhu, practically by anyone. In such a yuga, what did everyone do? They were like Paramahamsas, but what did they do? They were all engaged in the most severe types of austerity, petitioning Vaikuntanath, Parameshwaraha, Yogeshwaraha, all these supremely opulent Aishwarya types of personalities. They weren't petitioning Brajendranandan Shyam Sundar because they didn't have knowledge of him. And even when Krishna advents in Dwarpa Yuga, he doesn't extend that knowledge of his Leelas practically outside of Braj. Only Uddhav comes into Braj and understands this. Krishna tells Arjuna at different times about his leelas with the gopis and so on, but very little. Krishna has come to enjoy his leela purushottam. He's enjoying his leelas. Only Mahaprabhu, the most munificent, merciful manifestation, he's come to direct us to showing us what is prem by tasting it himself. The prem of Sri Radhika, because Sri Radhika's prem for Krishna is so much higher than Krishna's prem for her. If Sri Radhika didn't have this prem for Krishna, Krishna would never be attracted to Radhika. It's Radhika's prem for him that is attracting Krishna, not separate from that. The feature of Aishwarya is Narayan, who is the master of the spiritual sky, Vaikuntha, and the origin of Mahavishnu. Yes, it's all manifesting from Lord Narayan. Originally from Sankarshan, coming through the quadruple expansions, into Mahasankarshan, coming to Lord Narayan, manifesting the three Purusha avatars. Understand the whole sequence very clearly. This should not be glossed. We can't just quickly run across this because it's taxing the brain or something. This has to be understood. This is the ontology of Krishna. This is the substance of the Siddhanta. Krishna, Harim Iha, Paramam. This is substantiating Krishna as that Supreme Lord. It's very important topics here. Sri Krishna is the complete embodiment of the Madhurya feature. This Sri Krishna is the utmost limit of complete sweetness indeed. His sweetness is so great that its rays completely cover his Aishwarya. We know that Krishna in Vrindavan contains more Aishwarya, or the Brijbasis have more Aishwarya than the residents of Vaikuntha, but it's covered by such an enormous amount of sweetness. And I've given the example many times, like you take a spoonful of salt and you mix it in a glass of water. The salt represents Aishwarya and the water represents Madhurya. And you mix the salt in the water and it's very salty. That's like the amount of sweetness there is in Vaikuntha. There's only a little bit of Sakyaras in Vaikuntha. It's Shantaras and Dasyaras. It's one of servitude to the supreme, magnificent, opulent Lord Narayan. That is the mood of Vaikuntha. And it's supported by these four types of liberation: Salokya, Samipya, Sharasti, and Sarupya. These four liberated conditions reign supreme in Vaikuntha. But in the Madhurya realm, these four conditions are not prominent like they are in Vaikuntha. It's completely a different conception. It's very exciting to appreciate, isn't it? The difference in the worlds. Because an uneducated Kanishta Adhika, they don't understand the distinctions in the worlds. They think, oh, everything is just loving God. But who God? Which God? Is it Lord Narayan? Is it Mathuresh Krishna, Dwarkadish Krishna, Brajendranandan? Who is it? My Gurudev gave his life to explain these different aspects of the Lord. And in Brihat Bhagavatamrita by Sanatana Goswami, he brings it out perfectly. Gop Kumar goes to all these different planets, worlds, looking for the fulfillment of his heart's desire to engage in loving pastimes with the Lord. He comes to Lord Narayan. They tell him, no, don't behave like that in here. You put your suit and tie on and come and chant some hymns with us, you know? We're not just dancing around like a forest tune. Why you got this forest attire on? You should put some nice white kurta on and be really smart like everybody else, you know? It's a whole different conception in Vaikuntha. And they love it, and Krishna loves it. That's why it exists. There's no fault in it whatsoever. But we are trying to become educated in all these different stages and levels. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is carrying us through these different conceptions. Don't get caught. We want to go beyond the Brahman, so we've come beyond, but what is beyond the Brahman is Vaikuntha. Now we want to go beyond Vaikuntha. And then after that, we want to go beyond Mathura and beyond Dwarka. We want to come to the heart of Braj, which is the gift of Mahaprabhu. Ramya Kachit Upasana Braja, Vadura Vagena Vakap. We're worshipping that Aradeo Bhagavan Brajesha. This is that personality. Lord Narayan. This Krishna is the utmost sweetness. From the perspective of Siddhanta or Tattva, there is no difference between Narayan and Krishna. From the perspective of Tattva, just like the moon has many stages. The moon is always full, but there are many stages to the moon. So there are many faces, you can say, to Krishna. One of those is Lord Narayan. That is non-different to Krishna. It's another part of Krishna. We can understand this. You know, when you're speaking to the grocer, you have a certain identity that you have when you speak with him. When you speak to the policeman, then you have another identity. When you speak to a dear friend, you have another mood. When you speak to a loved one, you have another mood, etc. When you speak to Guru, you have another identity. So we also go through these different aspects of identity, right? Don't complicate anything. Okay. However, when we consider the degree of rasa to be tasted in the spiritual world, Krishna is not only the foundation of all rasa, but he himself, being the very form of rasa, is also parama upadaya tattva. He is the form, the supremely pleasing being. He's the embodiment, raso vaisa. All this rasa is emanating from the Lord. So now he's starting to touch on this rasa sabdim, this line in the Amnaya Praha Tattvam Harim Iha Paramam Sarva Shaktim Rasabdim. This first line of this Dasmula shloka, we should have in our minds thinking about it. But he himself, being the very form of rasa, is also Parama Upadaya Tattva, the supremely pleasing being. We find evidence in the Vedas, Upanishads, and Puranas that Sri Krishna is Swayam Bhagavan, Sri Hari. Now remember what the question was that Brajanath has asked. He's asked this question about Bhagavan himself. This is the question he's asked. What is the nature of that Bhagavan himself? So now this is being explained by Babaji. So in the Rig Veda, 112, 164 to 131 states, Apashyam Gopam Anipadyama Namama Cha Para Cha Pratibish Charanantam Sa Sadrik Riki Sa Vishuchir Vasana Avri Varti Bhuvanesha Anta. I saw a boy who appeared in the dynasty of cowherds. He is infallible and is never annihilated. He wanders on various paths, sometimes near and sometimes very far. Sometimes he is beautifully adorned with varieties of garments, and sometimes he wears cloth of only one color. In this way, he repeatedly exhibits his manifest and unmanifest pastimes. So beautiful. So beautiful. This is Krishna. This is what the question that Brajanath is asking. What is the nature? What is the a description of Bhagavan himself? I've said before, we've come through the Brahman, Paramatma, and now we're sitting in a description of Bhagavan himself. In addition, in the Chandogya Upanishad 8.13.1, it is stated, Shyamyak Chabalam Prabhadye Shabalaksh Chayamam Prabhadye. By rendering savor to Krishna, one attains his transcendental abode, which is full of spiritual bliss and astonishing variegated leelas. And within that Chit Jagat, one attains the eternal shelter of Krishna. Beautiful. This and other mantras describe the activities of the liberated and perfected jivas, even after the stage of mukti. So this is very important. Now we've come way past the stage of mukti. We've gone through the Brahman. We've actually gone through Paramatma. We've come to Bhagavan himself, so it's way past the stage of mukti. We read in Srimad Bhagavatam, Ete Kamsa Kalapum Sam Krishna Stu Bhagavam Swayam. Rama, Nrsimha, and other avatars are all portions, anksas, are or plenary portions, kala, of the Supreme Personality, Sri Bhagavan. But Sri Krishna is the original Bhagavan himself. Yes, there's all these anksas of Krishna, but Krishna directly in Vrindavan. When Lord Brahma, he had darshan of Krishna, he did understand after some time, this is my Lord, this is the Lord from whom I'm born. He realized that this is ultimately coming from Garbhodakshay Vishnu to Lord Narayan. He understood that whole ontological staircase, so to speak, and understood this is the Supreme Lord, the Supreme of Supreme of Supreme. And we get this as bhaktas of Mahaprabhu simply by vibrating the Hare Krishna mantra. If you vibrate this Hare Krishna mantra sincerely, then realization and revelations of all these truths will come in the heart very simply. And if you read Chaitanya Charitamrita, it'll become more and more and more simple. No doubt, no doubt, along with Jaiva Dharma. In the Gita Upanishad 7.7, Sri Krishna himself says, Mataha paratramyanyet kishchit asti jananjaya. Or Arjuna, there is nothing superior to me. I said this verse already. And it is also said in the Gopal Tapani Upanishad, Purva 2.8, Eko Vashi Sarvaga Krishna Idya, Eko Pi San Bahuda Yo Vabhati. Sri Krishna is the all-pervasive, non-dual Parabrahm, who controls everything. He is the only worshipable object for all the devatas, for mankind, and for all other life forms. Although he is one, through his Achintya Shakti, he manifests many forms and performs many varieties of leelas. Although he's one, through his Achintya Shakti, he performs many leelas. Brajanath, sometimes when you have a question, it's answered in the next paragraph. That's why I'm not quick to just to stop on one point, because I know that it's going to be actually reconciled and answered. It's amazing. Jaiva Dharma, so many times I've had a question, and then I've just read another page, and there's the answer. Bhaktivinoda Thakur can preempt our questions. But if the question is still harassing at the end, then ask. Brajanath, but how can Sri Krishna be all-pervading if he has a medium-sized human-like body? So Krishna is not considered relatively huge. In Dwapara Yuga, the residents were about 15, 16 feet high, and everything has reduced since then, the sizes. So Krishna, I think, is about 16 feet. Balaram is about 18 feet. Balaram is bigger than Krishna. So Krishna's body is considered medium-sized. That's what it means, medium-sized. He's not big and neither is he small. He's medium-sized. But how can Sri Krishna, be all-pervading if he has a medium-sized human-like form? If we accept that he has form, it means he can only stay in one place at a time, and that gives rise to so many philosophical discrepancies. The first is that he cannot be the all-pervading tattva if he has a form and a body. Rajanath is approaching this completely on the material platform. If you've got a form and a body, you can only be in one place at a time. He's not understanding the all-pervasive nature of Krishna. Understand? He's saying this localized, medium-sized form that's going to constrict the conception. Babaji will explain. The first is that he cannot be the all-pervading tattva if he has a form and body. Secondly, if he has a body, he will be limited by the material modes of nature. So how can he be independent and have limitless, absolute authority? How can this be reconciled? Understand the question?
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful question.
Mm-hmm.
Babaji, my dear son, you are now thinking like this because you are bound by the qualities of Maya. That's what I said. He's bound by material, time, and space. He's not out of the box. He's not considering the reality of Krishna in every atom of the universe. He can't. How can the mind think like that? We don't have experience of that. We just have to have faith in that. but we don't have experience of that. My dear son, you are now thinking like this because you are bound by the qualities of Maya. As long as the intelligence remains bound by material qualities, it cannot touch Shuddha Sattva. If such conditioned intelligence attempts to exceed its own limitations, trying to understand Shuddha Tattva, it superimposes Mayic forms and qualities on Shuddha Tattva and thus conceives of a material form of transcendence. You understand? With our material intelligence, we try to reconcile things by throwing in more material conceptions into what we conceive of as the original. If we haven't actually connected with the original through this achintya bhav of wonder, if we're not thinking the original is so far away, I can't understand it, I'm just going to pray to it, then you can have some understanding of it. But if you're thinking, I'm going to use my intelligence to kind of put it in a box and understand it, then again, it's going to be clouded and restricted according to material limitations. You understand? Clearly. And thus conceives of a material form of transcendence. Many times we do like that. We smear the transcendental reality with our own material conception. It's very dangerous. We need to let go. You see, if we're not detached from my own brilliant intelligence, my own wonderful body, etc., if we're not detached from that conception and not wanting to put my own speculative thought on things, then we can't understand this truth. If we try to use our material intellect to enter that world. That is why one cannot gain an understanding of the Supreme Truth through the intelligence. That's why we have the holy name. The holy name always takes us beyond intelligence. We never thought when we were younger, before we'd come in touch with the holy name, that there was such a thing as a mantra that could actually carry the consciousness across material time and space. We never conceived of that, but the mantra does. It can carry us across our material conceptions of ourselves and of this world around us. It has that capacity. Whatever limitations you are inferring about the transcendental medium-sized form are completely unfounded. Formlessness, immutability, and inactivity simply comprise the material conception of what is opposite to our conception of material qualities. So they are themselves a type of material quality. Here we go. We're looking for the opposite, but that's not giving us the transcendence or transcendental picture. However, Sri Krishna also has qualities that are of an altogether different nature. For example, his beautiful, blossoming, smiling face, his lotus eyes, his beautiful lotus feet, which bestow fearlessness and peace upon his bhaktas, and his spiritual form, which is the pure embodiment of transcendence, with limbs and body just suitable for varieties of playful sports. The medium-sized Sri Vigraha, that is the very basis of these two types of qualities, form and all-pervasiveness, is supremely pleasing. The Narada Pancharatra describes his extreme attractiveness to the mind, and this description is replete with all Siddhantas. So I'm going to stop there. We'll read this verse tomorrow. I can read the translation just to inspire us. This Sri Krishna's transcendental body is composed of eternity, consciousness, and bliss, without even a scent of material qualities. He is not subject to material time or space. On the contrary, he exists fully at all places and in all times simultaneously. His form and existence are the embodiment of absolute non-duality, Advaya Gyan Swarup Vastu. Very, very beautiful descriptions. Powerful. Okay. I hope everyone's able to keep up with these descriptions. Actually, we do need to read this regularly again and again. As I've told many times, I've read this so many times. I've given classes on it so many times, and still every single time I read it, I feel like I've never read it before. I think, my word, is saying like that. This is the nature of a real transcendental granta.
So dense.
Yes. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Gold Premanandi. Hari Hari Bol. So we're reading this chapter 13. We're on to page 298. And so far we've come through many significant tattvas and siddhantas. Brajanath is a brilliant personality. Bhaktivinoda Thakur has put him there deliberately to ask all these questions. So we've been reciting the Amnaya Praha Tattvam Harim Iha. So we've already established the Amnaya Praha, the Praman, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur has talked extensively, or Babaji has talked extensively about the various Puranas and the Upanishads and which are beneficial. And he's even answered Brajanath's question about the acharyas in the line to show the authenticity of what he's presenting. If you don't substantiate everything on profound praman, profound authenticity, how is the heart in this mad age of Kali, where everything is defective, everything is falsely presented, the age of quarrel and hypocrisy, how are we going to get that faith in these truths? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is extensively showing the fidelity and the authenticity of our line to Brajanath. And then he also explained Krishna Tattva. And first of all, this verse, Vedanti tat tattva vedas tattvam yajnanam advayam, Brahmati, Paramatmati, Bhagavaniti Shavyate. These three principles of Brahman, and then Paramatma, and then Bhagavan, right? So he's been through these three principles in this chapter so far to date. We've already covered the Brahman. We've gone into a depth about the nature of Brahman. Brahman consists of two qualities. Do you remember?
Brahman.
Yes. What are the two qualities? We did in that town of near close to you with Harinamananda for a whole few months.
That was there.
Two qualities, huh?
Two qualities of Brahman.
In Brahman.
In Brahman.
In the Brahman. There are two qualities. Krishna has 6 qualities. And 2 of those qualities...
Jnana and Vairagya.
Very good. Thank you. Keep the mind churning. Yes. Gyan and Vairagya are impersonal qualities. They're attributes of qualities. So that makes up the nature of this Brahman, the effulgence of Krishna. In the Brahman, there's no sambandha. There's no one to have sambandha with. It's like Shantaras. Brahmabhuta prasanatmana sochati nakanchati. There's no object of your devotion there. It's the effulgence of Krishna. It's an impersonal aspect. This is the Brahman. So, and then he also describes in this chapter the other 4 qualities. Krishna is the angi, the beauty. Krishna's beauty is the principal quality in Krishna. If we see Krishna in a dream or in a vision, in a spurti, if we're that fortunate at some point, then it's his beauty that's going to have the deepest impact in us. We see many instances in the Bhagavatam. Dhruva Maharaj, he's seeing Krishna. Who? Queen Kunti, she's staying with Krishna so many times. Mother Yashoda, or Nanda Baba. His beauty, the gopis in particular, his beauty is extraordinary. This is the angi, this is the principle. And then the angas, and this is strength, opulence, and fame. These other 3 qualities. But the first quality is beauty, and then fame, strength, and opulence. These other 3. And then the final 2, Gyan and Vairagya, as we've just explained, are of an impersonal nature and make up the Brahmajyoti. So we've discussed this already. We discussed these qualities. And yesterday, we were...
If I remember correctly, Jnana Vairagya attribute of fame.
Excellent. Yes. Correct. Yes. And we were considering how fame... He asked the question, why fame? Fame has these... this brilliant effulgence. That's what makes up fame. That's the impression of someone who's famous. They have a huge aura. Krishna is the most famous. He's in the heart of every single living entity. So his fame is the most extraordinary. And that fame, the effulgence of that fame, yes, it's correct what you said.
I also was thinking that it might be that because hearing the glories of Krishna, discussing his fame, his yasha,
Yes.
is what leads to Jnana Vairagya.
No, don't get that.
Like, like we say, what is Satam Prasangam Virya Samvido? Then to discuss Krishna's glories, this is what will give detachment from Vairagya, and it will give transcendental knowledge.
Yes, this Tvam Padartha Gyan and Tat Padartha Gyan, this transcendental knowledge is acceptable for the bhakta, but not knowledge of Jiva Brahm Aikya Gyan, not the impersonal knowledge. Yes, and Vairagya is helpful for the devotee, but it's a negative aspect. Renunciation is not a positive aspect. It's a negative aspect. Yes, it's true. So what did we discuss yesterday? Do you remember? We were discussing again the greatness of Krishna. Mataha paratram nanyet kaschid asti jananjaya. Mayi sarvam idam potram sutre manigana iva. This was the verse that was quoted, that Krishna, all the worlds are hanging on Krishna like a thread. This was one verse that Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And then ete kamsa kala pumsam Krishna stu bhagavam swayam. We quoted this verse yesterday also. So all this was indicating the this harim iha, that Krishna is that Supreme Lord. Now we're going to stay in that track, and we're going to open out a more personal connection with Krishna now in the rest of these explanations. I think we'll read from page 298, the paragraph before the verse. So, because he was asking about, Rajanath is asked about the limitations. If you restrict Krishna to a medium-sized form, it appears that with form, you can't, a single form can't be all-pervasive because it's a single form. How can that be universally pervasive? This is what Brajanath is thinking from a material consideration. And this is what Babaji is going to explain, that you're asking this question from a material perspective of limited by time and space. That the ultimate appreciation is that Krishna is beyond time and space. So this medium-sized form is not a limited form. It's the size of his form in his pastimes. Brajanath is thinking that because he's got a form, that means he must be limited by certain parameters. But Babaji is going to explain. This is where we're up to. So whatever limitations you are inferring about the transcendental medium-sized form are completely unfounded. Formlessness, immutability, and inactivity simply comprise the material conception of what is opposite to our conception of material qualities. Got that? So they are themselves a type of material quality. By the way, I'll mention again, we took this to the University of Oxford and asked them where they would place this in their syllabus. They took it for 5 weeks and studied it seriously. And they came back to us and said, post-PhD. So don't think if you can't understand it straight away that, it takes some focused attention to appreciate these conceptions. But you should know with great faith and confidence, these conceptions are here. And I read them today, and then I'll read them tomorrow, and I'll read them in 12 months' time, and 2 years' time, and 3 years' time, and each time the meaning will become more apparent. It's a continual growth. The last thing I said yesterday is that every time I read this chapter, and I've read it so many times, I feel like I've never read this chapter before in my life. I'm just approaching something completely fresh. This is the nature of transcendental literature. And if you have that appreciation for achintya shakti, which means beyond the grasp of the material and mental conception, it's achintya, it's inconceivable. If you have that appreciation, then it just opens up so beautifully. So we should have this appreciation. If we don't understand it straight away, just be patient. And very often, as I've said before, if there's a question that arises in one paragraph, mysteriously Bhaktivinoda Thakur answers it in the next paragraph. So many times this happens. Someone asks a question, you can spend half an hour answering the question, then you read the next paragraph and there's the answer to the question that you asked. So we should read this with patience. Faithful deliberation is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur advises. I'll start again. Whatever limitations you are inferring about the transcendental medium-sized form are completely unfounded. Formlessness, immutability, and inactivity simply comprise the material conception of what is opposite to our conception of material qualities. We think something that is opposite to the material quality is going to be transcendental. It's not. It's still material. So they are themselves a type of material quality. However, Sri Krishna also has qualities that are of an altogether different nature. For example, his beautiful, blossoming, smiling face, his lotus eyes, his beautiful lotus feet, which bestow fearlessness and peace upon his bhaktas, and his spiritual form, which is the pure embodiment of transcendence, with limbs and body just suitable for varieties of playful sports. The medium-sized Sri Vigraha, that is the very basis of these two types of qualities, form and all-pervasiveness, is supremely pleasing. The Narada Pancharatra describes his extreme attractiveness to the mind, and this description is replete with all siddhantas. Nirdosh guna vigraha atma tantro nishchetanatmaka sharira gunaschhina ananda matra kara pada mukodaradi sarvatra scha svargata beda vivyarjitam vijatama chitama. Sri Krishna's transcendental body is composed of eternity, consciousness, and bliss, without even a scent of material qualities. He is not subject to material time or space. On the contrary, he exists fully at all places and in all times simultaneously. His form and existence are the embodiment of absolute non-duality, Advaya Gyan Swarup Vastu. We have to become totally humble to even begin our approach, understanding that we know nothing. As soon as we retain some sort of semblance of, well, I'm pretty knowledgeable, I know this and that, it creates a restriction. To be wide open to entertain these conceptions, Mahaprabhu hasn't just written this verse, Trinada piece, or spoken this verse for just the practicing sadhak, but for our comprehension Everything hinges on that mood. Like Mahaprabhu says, Na prem gando sti darpi me haro. I don't have an even scent of prem for Krishna and Radha. He's saying that. He's Krishna. He's demonstrating that. So the sadhak studying this must also appreciate this point, and then his horizon will be completely open like a child, and then these conceptions can be appreciated. Direction space is an unlimited entity in the material world. By material estimation, only a formless object can be unlimited or all-pervading. Right? Only a formless object can be everywhere. Like the sky has no form, so we think that can be everywhere. An entity with a medium-sized form cannot. If the entity actually has a form, he can't be completely all-pervasive like a formless form can be. However, this conception only applies in the material world. In the spiritual world, all objects and their intrinsic natures and attributes are unlimited. So Sri Krishna's medium-sized form is also all-pervading. Medium-sized objects in this material world do not have this quality of all-pervasiveness, but it is charmingly manifest in Sri Krishna's medium-sized vigraha. In other words, the enormity of the distinction between the jiva's conditioned vision and the reality of the spiritual world is being substantiated here. You understand? Again and again and again and again we have to hear this, Because in this material world, what makes up the mentality of the conditioned souls is pride and envy. We're spinning around in these conceptions all the time. That has to be purified. That is the supramundane glory of his transcendental vigraha. Can such glorious attributes be found in the conception of the all-pervading Brahm? The all-pervading Brahm doesn't have these conceptions. Material substances are always limited by time and place. If an entity who is naturally beyond the effects of time is compared to the all-pervading sky, which is limited by time and space, then is not that entity beyond the influence of time incomparably greater? You understand? You understand, Gokul?
Yeah.
Explain. What do you understand?
Well, that we already see so much greatness.
Everyone else can hear you.
We see so much greatness in this world, and we see the unlimited sky. So if there's an object that is not only has that quality of unlimitedness, but at the same time is comprised of these charming qualities as Sri Krishna,
Beautiful.
isn't that so much more greater?
Yes, very nice. Very good. Clear. Thank you. Thank you. Every person, if I ask every person to make an explanation on it, everyone will have a different perspective and vision. It's very helpful to hear because these are not easy topics, and every individual has a different perspective or receptivity to the truth and comprehension according to their adhikar, according to their sanskar and sukriti and so on. So each person will have a different appreciation of this understanding, even though the truth is one here. It's a singular truth, but still there's varieties of conception of that truth. So we must be cautious and make sure we come into the non-speculative track. Sri Krishna's Brajdham is none other than the Brahmapura, which is mentioned within the Chandogya Upanishad. This Brajadam is a completely transcendental reality and is comprised of all types of transcendental variety. Everything in that place, the earth, water, rivers, mountains, trees, creepers, animals, birds, sky, sun, moon, and constellations, is transcendental and is devoid of material flaws or shortcomings. conscious pleasure is present always and everywhere in its fullest form. My dear son, this Mayapur Navadvip is that self-same spiritual abode. You are unable to perceive it, however, because you are bound in Maya's snare. But when, by the mercy of saints and sadhus, spiritual consciousness arises in your heart, you will then perceive this land as the spiritual Dham, and then only will you achieve the perfection of Brajavas, residence in Braj. So to see this Mayapur Dham as completely non-different from Vrindavan Dham, that is when we begin to connect sincerely, in great attachment to Gaur Sundar, Mahaprabhu, and all his pastimes here. The pastimes in Puri Dham are actually of an Aishwarya mood. Puri Dham is considered like Dwarka. Navadvip is Gupta Vrindavan. It's non-different to Vrindavan. And the Ras Leela is performed in Srivasangam internally by Mahaprabhu's congregational chanting of the holy name. That is the Sankirtan Ras. So for one whole year, just like for one whole year, Krishna performed his Ras Leela in Braj. For one whole year here, he performs his Ras Leela in Srivasangam. So there's no difference at all between this Navadvip Dham and Vrindavan Dham. But there is Vaishishtya, there is speciality. Because in Vrindavan Dham, if we as sadhaks live in Vrindavan Dham, there's a price, so to speak, that if we commit any offenses, it can be very severe reaction. Whereas in Gauradham, the offenses are not considered. It's even described that sleeping Mahaprabhu will accept as offering obeisances, just lying on the ground. But don't take advantage of this, obviously. Don't think that it's loose or anything of that nature. Don't become flippant. Actually become more respectful. That Mahaprabhu is so munificent, so generous. It's saying that in Krishna Lila, Yayatamam Prapadyante, as you surrender, that there's a condition. You surrender and I will fill your pot. But in Gaura Lila, Mahaprabhu has the pot for you even if you don't have a pot. And he will fill it without any condition. So how can we realize this? By staying here many days and by meditating deeply on the lotus feet of Sachinandan Gaurahari, or Nimai Pandit, and all the pastimes in Gauradham, by meditating on these pastimes, by praying, by taking the dust, by begging those local sadhus that you have respect for to give you their kripa, by visiting the holy places and remembering Mahaprabhu's pastimes. Where are we? Oh, where are we? I've lost some place.
300. Beginning. Next page.
300, yes. At the top?
Yeah.
Who, that's why I couldn't find the place. Who has told you that there must be material merits and faults? Who has told you that there must be material merits and faults wherever there is medium-sized form? You cannot realize the actual glories of the transcendental medium-sized form as long as your intelligence is bound up in material impressions. So that's the same throughout all of these Dasamula instructions. If we try to utilize our material logic and rationality, there's been a whole explanation of this previously. If we try to depend on our material knowledge, etc., which is what we're trained to do from birth, right? We're put in the schools. And if you don't pass the various exams, you're delegated to the lower rungs, so to speak. Everything is like, you're encouraged to use your material intelligence. Now, all of a sudden, that has no value in estimating these spiritual realities. Because always consider day by day by day this mood of achintya bhav. Achintya bhav is the bhava that a child has. A child is always in absolute astonishment of everything that it sees. It's described one of the greater qualities of a Vaishnava is his simplicity. That simple acceptance of the ultimate reality. And just with wonder, appreciating Krishna in every atom. Krishna in the Ganga, Krishna in the Yogpit, Krishna in Shiva Sangam, Krishna amongst all the devotees, Krishna in the Harinam, the holy name, the sound vibration. Rajanath, no intelligent person can have any doubts about this point. However, I would like to know when, where, and how Krishna's spiritual vigraha, dham, and lila are manifested within material limitations. Again, he's dropping into his material consciousness. He's thinking, for example, Vrindavan Dham is what he sees with his eyes, and he's relating it to his material consciousness. You understand? Shobrani. Since Sri Radha and Krishna's vigraha and bodily complexion. Oh, did I say something wrong? Within material limitations, since Sri Radha Krishna's vigraha and bodily complexion and their leelas, associates, houses, pastime groves, forests, secondary forests, and all the objects in the spiritual world are transcendental. So how can this transcendental dham be manifested here? How can I appreciate that? Is that the question? That's the question I'm understanding.
Yeah, I understand, like how does something unlimited manifest in a limited realm?
Very good. How does something unlimited manifest in a limited realm? Nicely put, Gokul. I'm glad you're here. You should come often. Nice. Babaji, Sri Krishna possesses all potencies, so even that which appears to be impossible is actually possible for him. What is astonishing in this? He is the all-potent personality, Sarva Shaktiman Purush, the fully independent supreme controller who is completely autocratic and imbued with Leela. Simply by his desire, he can appear in this material world in his self-same spiritual form, along with his spiritual abode. How can there be any doubt about this? It's the acceptance. This Amnaya, this Dasmula Sutra that we're discussing, first of all, it was grounding the Pramana. But now, Iha Paramam Iham. This is now describing the nature directly of Krishna. This is what we're describing now. This is what we're opening up. This is the Prameya that we're hearing, that Krishna is that supreme beyond the material cognition, and his holy dham is non-different to him. This is the Prameya. Krishna is that supreme personality. Rajanath, by his desire, he can do everything, and he can manifest his purely spiritual form in this material world. That much is clear. However, materialistic people tend to think that Sri Krishna's own transcendental abode that is manifest here is simply a part of this material universe, and they perceive his Braja Leela to be just like ordinary Mayic activities. Why is this? Why can't worldly people see Krishna's self-manifest spiritual form as Satchit Ananda, when he mercifully appears in this world of birth and death? Good question.
Yes.
Babaji, one of Krishna's unlimited transcendental qualities is his Bhakta Vatsalya, his affection for his bhaktas. Because of this quality, his heart melts, and through his Hladini Shakti, he bestows upon his bhaktas a type of spiritual potency that enables them to have direct darshan of his self-manifest form and his transcendental pastimes. However, the non-devotee's eyes, ears, and other senses are made up of Maya, and they can see no difference between Bhagavan's spiritual pastimes and the mundane events in human history. That's pretty clear. Pretty clear. Brajanath. Then does this mean that Bhagavan Shri Krishna did not descend to bestow mercy upon all jivas? He did in a different way. Babaji. We've actually almost reached our time. Bhagavan certainly descends to benefit the whole world. The bhaktas see his descent and Leela as transcendental, whereas the non-devotees perceive them as ordinary human affairs, which take place under the influence of material principles. Even so, these Leelas have the power to bestow a type of spiritual merit, Sukriti, and as this Sukriti gradually accumulates, one is nourished so that one develops one-pointed Shraddha towards Krishna's bhakti, towards Krishna bhakti. That is why Bhagavan's descent certainly benefits all the jivas in the universe, because jivas who possess such Shraddha and perform Ananya Bhakti Sadhan, unalloyed devotional service, will one day be able to see Bhagavan's transcendental form and Leela. It's a process. It's a process, first of all, of appreciating the Supreme Lord was here, and gradually, by our self-purification, through our engaging in careful sadhan and bhajan, etc., then our vision will be cleared. What's that? Chintamani prakara sadmasakalpa viksha. That gradually, there's another one. What's that one? Prem, the salve of love. Huh? No. This in the Brahma Samhita verses. Louder. Okay. But that beautiful verse, Premanjana charita bhaktis pralokchanena, this verse. The eyes of Prem will become anointed with the salve of mercy to see the pure transcendental realm. Okay, we'll do one more question and then we're going to stop because it's actually our time is over. Brajanath, why is Krishna Leela not distinctly described throughout the Vedas? That's the question. The pastimes of Sri Krishna are described here and there in the Vedas, but in some places they are described directly and in other places indirectly. So we'll discuss this tomorrow. Krishna is Leela Purushottam, as I said in the very beginning. He's come to enjoy his Leela. He hasn't come to distribute his Leela. He's come pranityanaya sadhunam vinashayata dustrikam. He's come to kill the demons. He's come to relieve Mother Earth of the burden of the warring armies, etc. This is why he's come. And he's come to nourish the bhaktas, the devotees. But he's not like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to distribute prem. That's not why he's come. He's come to actually taste his own prem. His Leela pastime, he's Leela Purushottam. He's enjoying with the gopis, enjoying with the Brijbasis. This is Krishna's pastime. Mahaprabhu has come to distribute prem specifically and to taste that prem himself of Sri Radhika. And in tasting Radhika's prem, he's distributing that service to Sri Radhika, Radha Dasyam. It's a wonderful appreciation of who is Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu is the key. Without his mercy, we won't understand this. We can't move forward. It's all hinging on his mercy. That's why coming to Goradam is so profound for the welfare of the soul, to get the influence of Mahaprabhu's kripa. Sachinandan Gaurahari ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. So now we're coming to page 301, and we've been going through this incredibly potent 13th chapter, establishing Amnai Praha Tattvam Hiram Iha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mataha Paratramanyet Kischit Asti Nananjaya. What's that? Mai Sarvam Idam Prota Sutre Manigana Iva. Yes, this the establishment of this first Prameya, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the first Prameya that we've been going into depth in. So now we've come to page 301, and at the top we began yesterday. I think I read this through, but I'm going to read it again. Huh?
We were left here. Why is Krishna Lila not distinct with the scroll?
At the bottom of page 301.
Okay, so we'll read the paragraph before that, just to pick up where we were before. So Brajanath is asking a question, then does this mean that Bhagavan Sri Krishna did not descend to bestow mercy upon all jivas? That's a wonderful question. Babaji, Bhagavan certainly descends to benefit the whole world. The bhaktas see his descent and Leela as transcendental, whereas the non-devotees perceive them as ordinary human affairs, which take place under the influence of material principles. Even so, these Leelas have the power to bestow a type of spiritual merit, Sukriti, and as this Sukriti gradually accumulates, one is nourished so that one develops one-pointed Shraddha towards Krishna Bhakti. This is the objective, to develop this one-pointed Shraddha to Krishna Bhakti, to leave liberation, to leave the desire for that Brahmagyan behind, leave all Sakam desires behind, and walk towards Krishna Bhakti. And by hearing his pastimes, even if we don't understand them, at least we're waking up, our consciousness is something to that. That is why Bhagavan's descent certainly benefits all the jivas in the universe, because jivas who possess such Shraddha and perform Ananya Bhakti Sadhan, unalloyed devotional service, will one day be able to see Bhagavan's transcendental form and Leela. What an exciting prospect. If we just continue, we carry on hearing about Krishna's pastimes, especially in Govardhan, and in Vrindavan, of course, so much in Vrindavan, the more we allow ourselves to be touched by the atmosphere of these Leelas, this Ivitrata we've just discussed in Shruti, these astonishing pastimes of Krishna. Krishna being bound by Kaliya Naga, the snake, just astonishing pastime. And he allowed Kaliya Naga to bind him. It's described for 2 praharas, 40 minutes. And then he expands his body. And in the meantime, the Devas, they're all not sure that Krishna is that Supreme Lord. So even the Devas need to read this chapter 13. You see, even the Devas become doubtful of Krishna's supremacy. What to speak of us? And they manifest those inauspicious omens in the village of Braj, shivering in men's, left-hand sides, earthquakes, an earthquake manifested, and thunder and lightning, no rain, and the jackals were howling. All these inauspicious omens. The Brijvasis immediately left that feast they were honoring in Balaram's Avirbhav, his birthday, and ran very quickly to the Jamuna. And to their horror, they saw Krishna bound in Kaliya Naga. And the Brijvasis had never directly seen Krishna tackling a demon before. The Gopas had seen, but the elder Gopas and Gopis, they hadn't seen ever Krishna battling with a demon. So they were horrified. And this whole pastime, the way it unfolds, demonstrating the immense love that the Brijvasis have for Krishna. They were all ready to enter into the Jamuna, and knowing it was all full of poison, would have died anyway. But their only focus was Krishna and saving his life. And then Baladev, he smiles brilliantly and reassures them all of the strength of his younger brother. And then they become pacified momentarily by just seeing Balaram's moonlight beautiful face and reassurance. And then they wait. And then Krishna realizes the extreme anxiety all the Brijvasis are in. And then he expands in those coils of Kaliya, and he begins circling very fast. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur describes that actually he moves to an island. There's a single island within that Kaliya Hrada, in that lake, a sand island, like a sandbank. And Krishna's running around. Kaliya Naga's becoming totally exhausted. And then Krishna pushes one hood down and jumps on that very broad, it's a broad hood. He has 101 very broad hoods. And he jumps on with jewels on each hood, a radiant reddish color jewel. And then he begins the most incredible dance. I mean, these are utterly astonishing pastimes. Just defeating this Kaliya Naga, who's the brother of Garuda and is so powerful and potent. And yet Krishna is just in the body of a small boy, a small medium-sized boy, as we've just been reading. And then he performs this dance, going from hood to hood to hood. And remember that Krishna is holding the whole Brahman in his abdomen. So he's kicking each time he's landing. And Kali is feeling the weight of a whole Brahman behind each kick. And eventually he's becoming exhausted and starts vomiting blood and fire and everything. And he's just about to give up his body when all the Nagapatnis, the wives of the Brahmanas, they come. But this whole pastime is so astonishing and so beautiful. We could hear it every day just to remind ourselves of the potency and beauty and speciality and unique qualities. Who ever thought in it, before you had read this, heard this pastime, had anyone ever considered someone dancing on the back of a 100-hooded snake? And he was dancing in such an intricate way, all the devas, they came immediately to accompany him with music. They brought their mridanga, kartal, etc. But then Krishna was dancing so quickly, they couldn't keep up with the tal and the rag that he was dancing. So eventually they just left their instruments and just clapped. They just clapped in support of him. And the gopis, meanwhile, were so, they gave their hearts completely to Krishna, because Krishna likes to demonstrate his heroism. And certainly the soft-natured gopis' hearts are that perfect place to demonstrate that heroism. And their hearts were completely captivated. Who wouldn't be? The most beautiful personality in all existence. And what amazing, astonishing feat he's performing. So the Mayavad, he misses all these because he doesn't have faith in Krishna's pastimes. That's his tragedy. Because it's saying here, why do some people acknowledge? And he's saying, non-devotees perceive them as ordinary human affairs. No one could conceive that as an ordinary human affair, right? But a non-devotee hearing that will probably just disbelieve it or think it's some type of exaggeration. Even so, these leelas have the power to bestow a type of spiritual merit, sukriti, and as this sukriti gradually accumulates, one is nourished so that one develops one-pointed shraddha towards Krishna bhakti. That is why Bhagavan's descent certainly benefits all the jivas in the universe, because jivas who possess such shraddha and perform ananya bhakti sadhana, unalloyed devotional service, will one day be able to see Bhagavan's transcendental form and leela. Through our careful, diligent practice under guidance and coming to the holy dhams, we will be benedicted with a spurti, a vision of these pastimes. Vrajanath, why is Krishna Leela not distinctly described throughout the Vedas? We may take, for example, the Srimad Bhagavatam. There are 12 cantos, and it's only in the beginning, the first 36, 37 chapters of the 10th canto, not even all those chapters. The first chapters of the 10th canto are in Mathura, the birth of Krishna and Kamsa's atrocities, etc. It's only up until Akrura leaves, taking Krishna with him. So that's about, I think, something like 27 or 28 chapters directly about Krishna. So, and then in the, there's 90 chapters in the 10th canto. So all those later chapters are in Dwarka. And then after those Dwarka pastimes, then we go to we stay in Dwarka with Uddhav, and he goes, they go to Prabhash, and that's that beautiful pastime where Krishna annihilates all his family members and so on. But again, those sweet pastimes of Braj are not present so prominently in the entire, how many, what is it? Let me think. There's 750 verses, I think, in Bhagavad Gita. And anybody remember in
18,000.
how many?
Bhagavatam?
Yes.
18,000.
18. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so. 18,000 verses. So out of 18,000 verses, we can probably count the verses in 27 chapters, and those are directly about Brajendranandan. So it's a comparison that I'm making here. Like in most of the Vedas, Krishna's direct form and pastimes are not prominently talked about, but the philosophy is talked about because men need to have their intelligence purified to actually become have the adhikar, the capability, the eligibility to actually hear Krishna's pastimes with faith. Because if they hear them without faith, they'll just negate them and think they're just stories or something like that. They won't accept them faithfully. The pastimes of Sri Krishna are described here and there in the Vedas, but in some places they are described directly and in other places indirectly. Two types of expressions or tendencies determine the meaning of words in a text: the direct or literal sense, abhidha, and the indirect or secondary sense, lakshana. These are also called mukhya vritti and gona vritti, respectively. Mukhya vritti is the prominent one, and gona vritti is the secondary. The literal sense, abhidha vritti, of the mantra Shamyak Chabalam Chabalam Prabyate Prapadye in the last section of the Chandogya Upanishad describes the eternality of rasa and the service attitude of the liberated jivas towards Krishna according to their respective rasa. The indirect meaning of the words is called gona vritti, secondary significance. In the beginning of the conversation between Yajnavalkya, Gargi, and Maitreyi, Krishna's qualities are described by means of indirect presentation, lakshana vritti, and at the end, the super excellence of Krishna is established by means of direct presentation, mukhya vritti. The eternal pastimes, Nitya Lila, of Bhagavan are sometimes indicated in the Vedas by the direct expression of the words, and in many places the indirect approach describes the glories of Brahm and Paramatma. This is indirect, you see. If we're talking about Brahm, if we're talking about Paramatma, this is indirect. This is not directly Bhagavan. This is what it means. And most of the Bhagavatam is actually taken up with this consideration. Rajana, Babaji Mahashai, there is no doubt that Bhagavan, Sri Hari, is Paratattva. But what is the position of the Devatas, such as Brahma, Shiva, Indra, Surya, and Ganesh? Please be merciful and explain this to me. Many Brahmanas worship Mahadev as the highest Brahm Tattva. I took birth in one such Brahman family, so I have been hearing and saying this from my birth until now. I want to know the actual truth. It's a good question. He wants to know about the Devata's qualities ultimately. Babaji, I shall presently describe to you the respective qualities of the ordinary living entities, the worshipable Devas and Devis, and of Sri Bhagavan. Through the gradation of their respective qualities, you can easily understand the truth regarding the supreme object of worship. Supreme object of worship is our most important topic to understand clearly. If we, like I keep saying about our compass being fixed, We're setting our compass of during our sadhana, during our bhajan. It's very, very clear. We have to be clear where we're going, because that is going to be the result ultimately when we leave this body. That's what we're going to be aspiring for. What are we aspiring for? This is what my Gurudev gave so prominently. I want to be a Palyadasi of Srimati Radhika. And he told us, you will not understand this now. But still, if you get some conception of that, that will take you a long way. And he gives the example of once one devotee was very, very sick and he went to an Ayurvedic doctor. He had dysentery. And the Ayurvedic doctor was saying, you give him a spoonful of ghee every day. And the devotees were saying, he can't even digest water. What to speak of a spoonful of ghee? And the doctor said, no problem. Gradually, some of that ghee will stick to the abdomen and will start the curing process. So gradually, something will stick. So the more we hear about the ultimate aim and object, which is what Mahaprabhu has come to give. This is the point of this whole Jaiva Dharma. It's all the teachings of Mahaprabhu captured. And Mahaprabhu is speaking through all the Goswamis. He's speaking through particularly Rupa Goswami. So this whole Jaiva Dharma is giving us Rupa Goswami's conceptions. That's what it's made of. It's made of Rupa Goswami's conceptions. And who is Rupa Goswami? He's Rupa Manjari. He's the chief of all those Pran Sakis, those Manjari maidservants of Sri Radhika. So this is the flavor that is coming down to us. All the Shastra is giving this flavor of Manjari Bhav. They're not giving Sakhi Bhav. That's not the intention of Mahaprabhu. If he wanted that, he would have all different Sakhis like Ramananda Rai and Swarup Damodar. He would have them create lineages and a whole Guru Vargya coming from them to give us Sakhi Bhav, if that was the intention. Because you have to have that person who's in that mood to give it. It can't be given by someone who's not in that mood. This is why it's ludicrous to think that Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada was anything other than a Manjari. My Gurudev said repeatedly he is a Manjari. And maybe he was a Sakhi in Sakya Ras also. Maybe, I don't know that. But it's ludicrous to consider that he was anything other than that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this life.
Lord Chaitanya also showed so much Aishwarya Lila.
At the beginning of his pastimes here in Navadvip, he showed much Aishwarya Lila to confirm in all the devotees' hearts that he was that avatar that Advaita Acharya had beseeched and called, especially when Advaita Acharya himself came. If you remember on that day, what was that? Advaita Acharya's appearance day. I read a whole pastime from Chaitanya Bhagavat, how Advaita Acharya and Sita, his wife, they saw the entire universal manifestation with all everything in the sky. So this was so much Aishwarya. But always understand that within Vrindavan, there is more Aishwarya than there is anywhere else. But it's covered by such an immensity of Madhurya. So there's certainly more Aishwarya here. But it's not the focus of those who want that intimacy of the Madhurya. But we acknowledge it. It's necessary for our faith to be totally convinced. He demonstrates Nrsingadev to Srivas Thakur. He demonstrates, Varahadev to Murari Gupta. There are so many manifestations of all the avatars are within Mahaprabhu. So Mahaprabhu, for posterity, we can say, for authenticity, he's demonstrating that he is that complete avatar. And this is why Kalki is also within the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That's why Kalki will not appear in this particular Kali Yuga, because he's already appeared in the body of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But always remember that analogy, that there's so much more madhurya. Aishwarya is there, but the immensity of the madhurya drowns it and covers it. And remember the analogy I said the other day? Like if you take a spoonful of salt and you put it in the glass and mix it, it's very, very salty. That's like in Vaikuntha, because there's not so much madhurya there. There's only a glassful. But if you take 20 kilos of salt and throw it in the Ganga, how much salt will you taste? Nothing. Just be washed away. So that's a comparison with how the sweetness of Braj is so much enormous, so much more than anywhere, and it covers. So even though Mahaprabhu is showing those, he also simultaneously showed the sweetest pastimes of being like Krishna, stealing the young girls' sandesh, etc., telling them all to marry him, be his wives. If they didn't, they'd be a 10th wife with a blind husband, you know. And so many jokes he would make with the young girls. This is like Krishna's mood, because that Radha Bhav hadn't arisen yet. It was there in potential in his heart. It only really manifested at the Godavari, when he goes to the Godavari, because he meets another Saki. That's a Saki Bhav that is within Mahaprabhu. Radharani is a Saki. So that Saki Bhav is inspired by Rai Ramananda in their conversation. So then Mahaprabhu becomes full-blown, tasting that Radha Bhav. Particularly in Briparlamba, in Puri, the last 24 years, especially the last 18 years of his life in Puri.
There is a line of Advaita, of descendants of Advaita.
Yes, yes. And that is more inclined towards Shuddha Bhakti or Sakya Ras, like Nityananda Bhams also. Nityananda was not giving this Manjari Bhav. He was pointing us in the direction where we could get it. Go to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he will give his instructions through Rupa Goswami. Nityananda also, he's Ananga Manjari. Ananga Manjari is not a Manjari. She's a Saki, the younger sister of Radhika. She's not a Manjari. Her name is confusing because we think she's a Manjari, but she's not, because she consorts with Krishna directly. She has Sambhog Ichamai, that means directly having relationship with Krishna. So she's definitely not a Manjari. Manjaris never would have a relationship with Krishna. But without Nityananda, we can't go to that in that direction. Hey no nitai bine bai, Radha Krishna Paitina. We have to have the mercy of Nityananda to go to Vrindavan, to come to the lotus feet of Mahaprabhu's conceptions. We have to know these truths clearly. Don't have any question lingering. It all has to be reconciled. And then we can go into 5th gear, 6th gear, 7th gear. If there's some doubt, some hesitation, we can't go through we can't get the energy, the enthusiasm. There'll be some check. It always has to be cleared every time, whenever the opportunity comes. But Jaiva Dharma clears all these things. If we listen carefully and attentively, everything is here. Many Brahmanas worship Mahadev. His question was about the Devatas. And the answer, Babaji, I shall presently describe to you the respective qualities of the ordinary living entities, the worshipable Devas and Devis, and of Sri Bhagavan. Through the gradation of their respective qualities, you can now easily understand the truth regarding the supreme object of worship. Ayam neta su ramanya sarvasal lakshanavita ruchiras tejasa yukto baliyan yavasanvita. These are the qualities of Sri Krishna, the supreme hero. He is 1. Endowed with delightfully charming bodily limbs. 2. Endowed with all auspicious characteristics. 3. Beautiful. 4. Radiant. 5. Strong. And 6. Eternally youthful. Vividhabhuta vasavit satya vakya priyam vadaha vavaduka supandityo buddhiman pratiman vitaha. 7. Conversant with many kinds of astonishing languages. 8. Truthful. 9. A pleasing speaker. 10. Eloquent. 11. Intelligent. 12. Learned. 13. Resourceful. Hearing all these qualities is so purifying for the heart of the impersonalist, because you can't put any of these qualities in an impersonal conception. They're all utterly personal. So this is the culmination of this chapter. Babaji is speaking all of these very personal aspects of the Supreme Lord to cement the understanding that Krishna is not something impersonal. He's beyond the Brahman, he's even beyond the Paramatma, and he's in his own Bhagavan Atar. Vidadas Chaturo Daksha Krita Jana Sudrita Vritaha Deshakala Supatra Jana Shastra Chakshus Suchir Vashi. 14. Expert in relishing mellows. 15. Clever. 16. Expert. 17. Grateful. 18. Very firm in his vows. 19. An astute judge of time, place, and circumstance. 20. A seer through the eyes of Shastra. 21. Pure. And 22. Self-control. We could unpack all of these qualities separately, but we're just going to read them through today and appreciate where they are in the Jaiva Dharma at the end of chapter 13 for future reference. And it would be very wonderful. I haven't seen where they're all opened out and each one in detail described. Perhaps someone can point me in a direction if it's already been done. Otherwise, perhaps it's a nice project to embark on. Stiro danta shama shilo gambiro dhritimam samaha vadanyo dharmika shura karuno manya manakrit. 23. Steadfast. 24. Forbearing. 25. Forgiving. 26. Inscrutable. 27. Sober. What does inscrutable mean? Inscrutable. It means you can't cheat him. He knows. He can't be cheated in any way. He's inscrutable. It means he knows what is the principle, and he can't be cheated. Inscrutable. If you say someone's inscrutable behavior, it means they are knowing what is the conclusion. 27. Sober. I'm sitting in a room with not a single English person here. Israel, Slovakia, South India, and Ukraine, Slovenia. Yeah. My English friend has gone for his cough. 28. Equipoise. 29. Munificent. You understand munificent? Very generous. Munificent. Virtuous. Knowing all virtues. 31. Chivalrous. 32. Compassionate. 33. Respectful to others. Dakshino Vinaya Harimam Sharana Gata Palaka Shuki Bhakta Surit Prema Vashya Sarva Shubham Kara. 34. Amiable. 35. Modest. 36. Shy. 37. The protector of surrendered souls. 38. Happy. 39. The well-wisher of his bhaktas. 40. Controlled by prem. 41. The benefactor of all. Pratapi kirtimam rakta lokasadu samashaya narigana manohari sarvaridya samridimam. 42. The tormentor of his enemies. 43. Famous. 44. Beloved by all. 45. Partial to the side of the sadhus. 46. The enchanter of women's minds. 47. All worshipable. 48. All opulent. Varayan Ishvaras Chaiti Gunastasya Anupritaha samudra eva panchasad durvigaha hare ami. 49. Superior to all. And 50. The controller. These 50 qualities are present in Bhagavan Sri Hari to an unlimited degree, like the unfathomable ocean. They are present to a minute degree in the jivas. We have a very tiny percentage of all those same qualities, whereas they are fully represented in Purushottam Bhagavan. Another 5 of Krishna's qualities are present in Brahma, Shiva, and other devatas, but not in ordinary jivas. So this is not all the devatas. Sada Swarup Samprapta Sarva Neo Nita Nutana Satchit Ananda Sangranga Sarva Siddhi Nishevitaha. 51. He is always situated in his Swarup. 52. He is omniscient. This is like Lord Shivji and Lord Brahma. They have these qualities. 53. He is ever fresh and new. We've got Shivaratri coming up on Saturday. So we can remember these 5 qualities are specifically in Shivji. He's not an ordinary personality. He has these 5 extra qualities. 54. He is the concentrated form of existence, knowledge, and bliss, Satchit Ananda. And 55. He is served by all mystic opulences. This is Brahma, Shiva, and Suryadev also. Perhaps Yamaraj, these superior demigods. These 55 qualities are partially present in the devatas. It's, for example, Shivji has a greater percentage of these qualities than Lord Brahma has. Lord Brahma also has these qualities, but Shivji's percentage of these qualities is more. Just like we have a tiny percentage of those first qualities. So the qualities are mentioned, but it's in varying degrees of how much of those qualities are there. And Shivji has the most. These 55 qualities are partially present in the devatas. Ato chante guna pancha ye lokshmi sadi vartinaha avichintya maha shakti koti brahmand vigraha avataravali bijam hatari gati dayaka atmarama gunakyas sitye ami krishne kila bhutaha. Lakshmipati Narayan has an additional 5 qualities. He possesses inconceivable potencies, more than Shiva, more than Brahma. 57. Innumerable universes are situated within his body. No one else has that. 58. He is the original cause or seed of all avatars. 59. He awards gati, a higher destination, to those whom he kills. And 60. He can attract even those who are atmaram, satisfied within the self. It's like the 4 Kumaras. They were satisfied within themselves, and yet they became attracted to Lord Narayan, and they approached Vaikuntha. So this quality of attraction, even to the Atmaramas. These additional 5 qualities are not present in Brahma or Shiva, but they are wonderfully present in Sri Krishna in their most complete form. Besides these 60 qualities, Sri Krishna himself has 4 extra qualities, namely Sarva Bhuta Chamatkara Lila Kalola Varidhi Atulya Madhurya Prem Mandita Priya Mandalaha Tri Jagan Manashakras Arishi Murli Kala Kujitaha Asam Mano Rudi Bhava Odva Rupa Sti Pishma Pita Chara Charaha. 61. He is like a vast ocean, teeming with waves of the most astonishing and wonderful leelas. Leelamayi, we call. These four qualities are the four principal qualities of Krishna. 62. He is adorned with incomparable Madhurya Prem, and thus is auspiciousness personified for his beloved bhaktas, who also have unparalleled Prem for him. 63. He attracts the three worlds with the marvelous vibration of his murli, flute. And 64. The resplendent Rup, beauty, of his transcendental form is unparalleled, charming, and astonishing to all moving and non-moving entities in the three worlds. So this is Lila Madhuri, Prem Madhuri, Rup Madhuri, and Venu Madhuri. These four qualities, we remember, are only within Sri Krishna in Vrindavan. And Lord Narayan, he has those 5 extra qualities that the demigods don't have. So catch the numbers of these, it's important. The 50 qualities that the jivas have a particle on. And then there's an extra 50, another 5 qualities that the devatas have in partial percentages. And then there's these 5 qualities that Lord Narayan has totally. And then there's the extra 4 of Krishna. This is the gradation. So it's 50, 55, then 60, then 64. So have the breakdown. You should note it down. Lila premna priyandikyam madhurya veno rupayo iti asadharanam proktam govindasya chaturstayam. Sri Krishna's 64 qualities and symptoms have been described, including Lila Madhuri, Prem Madhuri, Venu Madhuri, and Rup Madhuri. These are 4 extraordinary qualities that he alone possesses. There's a very beautiful, beautiful description here. I mean, it's very simply laid out to appreciate the extraordinary position of Krishna, which has been the focus of attention throughout this chapter. Iham Harim, this Amnaya Shlok that we've been, where is it? Amnaya Praha Tattvam Harim Iha Paramam. This Harim Iha Paramam. This is the whole chapter has been described about that. In the next chapter, it's going to be Sarva Shaktim, the energies. So this chapter is all about the speciality of Krishna in so many deep ways. It's described here. All these questions that Brajanath has been asking. These 64 qualities are fully and eternally manifest in Sri Krishna, who is the embodiment of Sat Chit Ananda. The last 4 qualities are present only in Sri Krishna's Swarup and not in any of his other pastime forms. But we should understand that this Krishna, as the avatars, all these qualities are there, but they don't manifest. Like the Shringadev, for example. These qualities are there, but they're not manifesting. The Shringadev has his realm in Vaikuntha. And many times, like Jiva Goswami's describe, all the avatars of Krishna are likened to the stages of the moon. There are many stages of the moon. There is the full moon. And then when it's half moon, it doesn't mean that the moon is half. It means it's only showing half its face. So similarly, these other avatars of Krishna are only demonstrating a certain portion of Krishna that is necessary for the Leela that they are going to manifest in the world. But still, that potential is there of all of these qualities. But Brajendra Nandan Shyam Sundar, he is unique in demonstrating these 4 qualities. These 4 qualities are what make up the flavor or the atmosphere of Vrindavan, as well as Goradhan. Always understand, even though it appears that in the Gambhira in Puri, Mahaprabhu is exhibiting those astonishing transformations of his body, all of that is actually Aishwarya Lila. Many people would see those transformations and not be able to comprehend them, like him squirting tears out of his eyes, etc., like a syringe. These are all manifestations of Aishwarya that he was manifesting in Puridam. Whereas in Navadvip, all of his pastimes that he was manifesting were able to be reconciled because the Madhurya is so much more to cover over that Aishwarya. In every instance, like Advaita Acharya, he saw the universal form, and yet he was trying to catch the lotus feet of the Lord, and then the Lord was also honoring him so much, and he was treating the Lord in such a affectionate way. Remember when they went to his house in Shantipur, Nityananda and Mahaprabhu, when Advaita Acharya was feeding them, it was such an intimate pastime. He's not thinking this is the Supreme Personality of Godhead priority. It's being covered now by so much madhurya. You understand? Apart from these 4 qualities, the remaining 60 qualities are brilliantly situated in their complete and fully conscious state in Sri Narayan, who is the embodiment of transcendence. Setting aside the last 5 of these 60 qualities, the remaining 55 are present to some extent in Shiva, Brahma, and other devatas, and the first 50 qualities are present to a very limited degree in all jivas. The devas such as Shiva, Brahma, Surya, Ganesha, and Indra are endowed with Bhagavan's partial qualities in order to run the affairs of the material universe. They're empowered to run the universal affairs like Vayudev. I mean, that's some empowerment. You know, when he stops blowing, like when his son Hanuman was punched by Indra and he took him to a cave and he just stopped all the air. All the planets were choking up. He had to run to him to appease him. Agni Dev representing all fire and so on. The Deva and the Surya Dev. Imagine if Surya Dev took a break or a holiday or something. You know, unheard of. They have their set dharmic path, very strict, and they follow it absolutely in their seva. The devas such as Shiva, Brahma, Surya, Ganesha, and Indra are endowed with Bhagavan's partial qualities in order to run the affairs of the material universe. They have received a special measure of Bhagavan's opulences to do this, so they are considered one type of special incarnation. The inherent and constitutional nature of all these devatas is that they are Bhagavan's servants, and many jivas have obtained Bhagavat Bhakti through their mercy. This means in this world, they can't actually go directly to Bhakti themselves. It's not common. We understand Lord Brahma, he is like a bhakta, and at the end of this birth, he can become liberated from the whole material conception. But the other devatas, Surya Dev, it doesn't say like that exactly. We take Indra, for example. You know, we know the pastime. He tried to murder the residents of Vrindavan, and then he professed desperate forgiveness. And then a few days later, Krishna asked him for a parijat flower, and he said no. So what was their initiative? I have to finish this now. They have received a special measure of Bhagavan's. The inherent and constitutional measure of all these devatas is that they are Bhagavan's servants, and many jivas have obtained Bhagavat Bhakti through their mercy, since they are so much more qualified than other jivas. Shivji especially can help bhaktas. They are also considered to be among the worshipable deities of the jivas, depending on the jiva's qualification and level of consciousness. Performing their puja is therefore considered a secondary limb of the rules and regulations of Bhagavat Bhakti. They are always worshipped as the gurus of the jivas, for they mercifully bestow upon them one-pointed Krishna Bhakti. Mahadev, the Ishvara of all the devas, is so complete in Bhagavat Bhakti that he is perceived as non-different from Bhagavat Tattva. This is the reason that the Mayavadis worship him as the supreme Brahm Tattva. So that's the end of our chapter today. So we concluded the 13th chapter. And this last portion, we should just remember where it is exactly, so we can reference it many times to refresh the beauty and speciality of Krishna and his qualities. Jaiva Dharma ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai.